Jesus. Okay. We're okay.
Here is the latest LEGO F1 Ferrari set in one escape. It's huge, measuring 5 inches high, 24 inches long, and 9.5 inches. A good new parts were beat. Here is the latest LEGO F1 Ferrari set in one escape. It's huge, measuring over 5 inches high, 24 inches long, and 9.5.
Hello. Hopefully we don't get banned. As long as I don't get reported, and I just deleted it. No, don't. I'll know who reported. I know who. It's either gonna be you if I get banned. Well, if I get banned, it's probably not you guys' fault at all. It's my fault. I should have never tried playing Robot Skater on live. Lesson learned. I know, I know. Be Barney with you. Boy band radio. Bet. I have sinned. Oh, I've sinned. Okay, so now this is what we do when we want to play a discrete game. I could still very well get banned. I've sinned a great sin. What does UK win mean? For forgive and forget. All right, so I can't believe that fucking happened. I can't believe that happened, bro. That's bullshit. Okay, okay. We're locked in here. Dude, why is it so laggy? Okay, there we're back. Lee. Yeah, thanks, Khalil. You know, my shed actually has pretty good Wi-Fi, so but that also could be it. Why is it doing this to me? Why is it so like oh shit. Oh fuck, I did not mean to do that. Damn. I'm so dust. Hey, Chucky! Oh, okay, we'll play Snake IO next. Bro, Chucky, I almost got banned, bro. I can't believe I almost got banned. That's so embarrassing. Le bon. Le moi voyons. Voyons. All right, we got a long ways to go. Oh, yeah! Oh, shit. No! Damn. Team Riz, yes. Oh, fuck. What the hell's high on life? No, 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 no. Fucking loser. Fucking idiot. Fucking idiot. I hate you. Idiot. I hate you. Bombadillo, crocodilo. Yeah, you should definitely watch Rick and Morty. I think that's that is probably the greatest idea you've ever had, Leo. Not gonna lie. Isn't the world weird? Like I know it's like a sphere. I mean, we bruh. This is hard. Right. I've been good, unless you're asking Khalil. Khalil has been good. He's just bored. I'm bored too, obviously. All right. You know, I've actually beaten this game before. Ah, I see. I see. I see. Well, honestly, Leo, this is the first time you're on Twitch. I feel like you're always on YouTube. I'm also procrastinating a lot too, so Look at us. Procrastination bros. Ooh, no record! Yay! Yeah, I agree. YouTube is more convenient, in my opinion. I really hope I don't get banned from that incident that happened. Which is weird because, like, last time I got banned for, like, no reason. But this is the first time I've something like that's happened. I love the internet. Khalil's just dead. Maybe we should work. Ta-ta. The goat, the king, Jack Cadis. Is there something on my? It's like on my arm, but it's just on my screen. Right here. On my monitor. Good seeing you too, Jack.
Of course you did. You're fully articulated? I can only do this. Of course you did. You're fully articulated? I can only do this. Of course you did. You're fully articulated? I can only do this.
And you lost control. There's no escape. Just give me some space.
Can I feel pain? You should probably stay.
Serious muscles should see it.
Bruno Mars song hits us with a wave of nostalgia. You're silent. Why do I love to be the host of now? One here, all your and we just you and we. Why do I to be the host of now?
Dude, of course I remember you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Are you good? What here? Are you good? Me here? Whoa. Oh, damn, dude. I saw good, but I hope you don't do that. That's terrible. Why would you do that? I would not do that because I really enjoy talking to you too. So then I would not be able to talk to you if you're not here. So please don't do that. And thank you for coming back. I'm sorry I didn't like see you. But I would suggest um definitely getting help. Dude, I love you. What are you talking about? It would devastate me if I heard that you were not like alive anymore. Even if you just didn't come back. I was gonna be sad even if you didn't come back, like, in general. But dude, I love you. I thought you were hilarious. We had we had a pretty funny time when we were like messing with my girlfriend and all that. And your pickup lines, they're very solid. So dude, it might feel that way, but that's not true at all. You know? Many people like you. Especially if I just met you and I like you, I know there's other people out there. And especially your friends. What about your friends? You should really surround yourself with, your church group and all that. Plenty of people like you. Oh, nothing. I was just hyping you up, to be honest. I was saying that how I enjoyed our conversation. I mean, dude, I thought you were hilarious. Remember the pickup lines and all that? And I was very happy to see that you like, even though I wasn't responding, I still saw your messages when I was responding to. It's okay to, not feel good, but I think you'd definitely be missed if you did that. I think your church friends would be very sad, and I would be very sad too. Yeah, bro. I love you. So I know however you're feeling, like no one really likes you. That's wrong. I know plenty of people like you, but everyone feels that way sometimes. It's not, it's not like a bad. Well, it sucks feeling that way, but it's not uncommon at all. Hmm. I don't know. I don't know why. I just like this shirt. Sometimes I just wear this shirt. Yeah, it's a stark difference from no shirt, right? Remember that? I was wearing no shirt. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. I got all that you want here, all that you need here. Did it. Why don't you have YouTube? That's so curious. Well, I don't read a lot of books. I'm not gonna lie. The Bible. I'd probably say the Bible. I try to go by what the Bible says anyway. So that's probably how I would say. I don't know how I really need to start memorizing these. Stupid mosquito. What's your least favorite bug? Damn, that's a weird looking bug. What in the world? Where'd you get that? That's so genius. I'm texting her that right now, actually. Bro, you're smooth. Uh, there's this video I want to watch.
Where did I get what?
All that beauty.
Text.
Bet. You just get.
You meant?
You just got rizzed. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you didn't respond.
You didn't give me any time.
I gave you enough time to go. Like, oh my god. Like, did I get like a disease? Like, what happened?
Tell me though, who's Penelope?
That was you were trying to riz me.
Yeah.
We'll try better.
Difference between Navy SEALs and influencers. The ones calling me out were influencers. My swim buddies, they die every single year. Do you have any idea what that means? Our training will simply just end your career, Sean. Like the real ones that are like, they're not calling me out. Like you Navy SEAL do with Mr. Camo. Navy SEALs ain't calling me out, bro. You have these like Navy SEALs who transition to influencers, like on the selfie stick. Sean, I'm Dave Shield. Blah, blah, blah. You want to but hey, it's suicide away with my man. I'll make it in the back. That's up there. Yeah, I know, dude. Like these Navy SEALs, these influencers, they all hit me up. It's like, I kill people. You ain't gonna kill me. No, dude. So the reason why we filmed it, like, is like, Sean, like, are you gonna film it? I'm like, no. And she was like, Sean, why do you think he's bringing a camera crew? She's like, so like, I'm gonna. Yeah, no, I didn't, but it's not. This is no. So I'm like, no, I think it's gonna be cool. And then mom gets out the camera crew. So I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, this makes sense, the waiver. Bro, like people like they think Navy SEALs are like the boogeyman. Like, no, you ain't the boogeyman. I told you, you put that guy in his back, bro. Fuck that jiu-jitsu. That doesn't make money though. Yeah, I'm trying to make money. Here's the thing, dude. I watch you training. You're a great underdog. I told you before you walked in. You can stall, you can stand up, you can take it. You're better than this thing. Yeah. Took you around to realize you're better. And that's kind of what I wanted you to understand. You are better than this. Yeah. It just took me a little bit to realize. And once you're like, oh shit, yeah, this guy better. You start going in and out, practice on my rhythm, mates.
They just you're not. You took a fight. Yeah, like you got to do what you need. That's that's like he was like sparring all the time. Sparring heavyweights like Singana, everybody. Like he's not afraid of anybody.
Fair. She called me and she liked the thing. Look how fast my wrist can move. Alright. Okay. That's enough of that. I really want to watch this.
You got the backing going on. Here's the difference between Navy SEAL and influencers. The ones calling me out with influencers. My thing will simply just die every single week. The ones calling me out with influencers. My swim buddies, they die every single year. Do you have any idea what that means? Hard training will simply just end your career, Sean. Like the real ones that are like, they're not calling me. Oh, are you Navy SEAL dude with this camo? Navy SEALs ain't calling me out, bro. You have these like Navy SEALs who transition to influencers, like on their selfie stick. Sean, I'm Navy SEAL. Blah blah blah. Oh, you want to? Hey, it's suicide away with this, my man. I'll make it. Yeah, I know, dude. Like these Navy SEALs, these influencers, they all hit me up. It's like I kill people. You ain't gonna kill me. No, dude. So the reason why we film and sparring, 4 or 5 days a week. And I was always like, dude, I fucking love that. Oh, you're gonna love to be very have the action on top. I mean, delicate fight. Yeah, Dan makes me feel like a. I mean, a 4 hour notice, dude. That is getting real. Real like the thing that sucks is like for a camp, you start you. Yeah, camp you start on and ask them what were you on? Yeah, I don't think anybody knows that. No, well, it's a fun opportunity. Sean it's this magic ability to just go viral. He puts out and stuff, and just knowing him, and I've always respected him a ton. If people want to know how many people do this here lined up, that's what the people want to know. So, you're not supposed to ask that guy. I've always respected Sean, from training with him towards fighting. I thought it would be awesome to come out here and jump on the opportunity to get some deals in with him. He's the people's champ. It's awesome. Sean, we don't have any waivers. We paid millions of dollars to go fight something. I thought of going 28 miles and freeze my little dick off, dude. I don't know. Fly out there. Hey, how do you feel about David Goggins, bro? I can't stand that. I can't stand that. It's Strickland. I haven't forgotten about your video because the 49-year-old broke up knees, up body tie is going to put you through a camp. That you think that you can be up, okay? Uncommon amongst people. That man is able to push himself to a whole different level. So physically, it's super impressive. Yeah, it's so cool. It's fit, bro. I can feel the same way about like Cameron Deans. I think those two are everybody's entitled to their opinion, whatever.
I don't know if we're watching like this is what we want. Oh my gosh, this guy can kick.
They're gonna knock you out. We'll make it quick. Like, I want to quick. Everybody gonna quit. Come on. Thirty seconds. Come on, knock it out. Let's get out. If I knock him out, he doesn't quit. Whatever it is. I can knock him out. Stop the leg. And then leg punch. What's the mouth? I want him to make the effort. Option.
Yeah, I am very bored. I mean, look at what I'm doing. Watching Sean Strickland versus Navy SEAL. This is just sad. I don't know why it's like the stream is freezing. Holy shit. Chief the Lizard is on some crazy shit. I ain't gonna lie.
Got 2 more rounds. Are we quitting? Are we quitting?
All right. Yep. What do you want, sir?
So for all those guys out there that were like, "Oh, John Strickland up," trust and believe he won't. So
that type of him.
Hey, that head kick shit sent you home, my man. That was now. Hey, Navy SEALs, I stand corrected. 25 minutes. Yep. Yes. Well, I had no delusions of winning this fight. But it's pretty clear after 45 seconds that the mission was to survive. And I had nothing for John's man. That sucked. Oh, you made that guy kick like this. It's too late to make a walk off. It's not getting me out. You just put it. I don't take supplements. Not the way he made that head kick. I might say start singing some Spanish Greece. Worth it. Back to being my friend. I'm not even joking, bro. Not many men would have stayed there for 25 minutes and took that level of pain, bro. So, you know, this sparring session, we got blood all outside the cage. Yeah, I know. Again, we're not talking about ground fights. But it's simply standing there, took a beating. You know, I respect him for that. How long is Navy SEAL training? A year? This is what I try to tell people about, like, the hardness of MMA fighters. Navy SEAL training, what, a year, 2 years? If I were to take an 18-year-old, 19-year-old kid, and I said, hey, I'm going to train you for 1 year, 2 years, just 1 year, 2 years, and then you're going to go fight in the UFC at the top level, even at the lowest level, you would get, I believe, destroyed. Navy SEALs are top dude, but MMA, we are the toughest motherfuckers on this planet, hands down. He didn't quit, but he didn't fight back. You can take a little 55 or a little kid from Tijuana and say, hey, you're going to go on me. That guy would not have stopped fighting back at all. From round 1 to round 5, he would have died in the ring throwing haymakers. MMA fighters are the toughest motherfuckers on this planet, hands down. I fight him 330, but he's going to be severely concussed. So he's going to go home and have to sleep that one off for a few days. But don't condemn a man, man. We're not dodging bullets, dude, but we're giving something to the gods. I always back it up. I said any Navy SEAL shows up, we'll handle it. Thank you guys for supporting me. Thank you for watching me. Subscribe to my YouTube. I appreciate you guys.
Sean Strickland has a reputation for being a loose cannon, and this has got him into various altercations over the years. The people that cross him come away with a bruised ego at best, or battered and bloodied at worst, and Strickland savors every second of it. It's no secret that he gets pleasure out of hurting people, and it's to the point that for him, it's almost a drug.
How often do you think about like murder?
Oh, 24/7. But yeah, you know, man, it's just like, it's fun to hurt people. You know what I'm saying? Like, I truly have a deep down urge to kill someone.
This desire leads Strickland to pick fights with anyone and everyone, even the men that protect his country.
No,
Earlier this year,
I'm technically not chewing on
the
it.
Navy SEAL community
Just stuck on my lip.
video disrespecting them.
Navy SEALs who can survive a week training with me. I'm kind of sick of seeing it because, like, you guys think badass, come train with me for a week. I'll show you what's up. I'll fucking break.
Various SEALs took to the internet to respond to him, including one who claimed that Strickland has nothing on the Navy SEAls.
Don, we get it. You're a badass, bro. But check it out. Your training partners get millions of dollars and they actually live. My swim buddies, they die every single year. Do you have any idea what that means? We've already proven that any kind of beatdown will not break us. But our training will simply just end your career, Sean. Sean, you talk about taking people's souls.
Now,
Well, me and my boys, we've actually taken a lot of real souls from people. You know what I'm saying, bro?
This video raked in millions of views, and of course, Strickland wasn't going to let it go unanswered. He posted an invitation on Twitter to any Navy SEAL who dared to come fight him.
you're all good, Chief. I might take a shower, low key.
SEAL influencer wants to give me a therapy session. I'm game. The guys who made the videos about him didn't take him up on it, but one former Navy SEAL did. Mitch Aguiar, a pro MMA fighter and former SEAL, met up with Strickland to spar him at his gym. Of course, there was only one thing on Strickland's mind: beating him to a pulp and making an example out of him.
Bro, people they think Navy SEALs are like the boogeyman. Like, no, you ain't the boogeyman.
Mitch came across like a pretty nice guy, but he made two mistakes. The first was agreeing to get in a cage with Strickland in the first place, and the second was agreeing to do 5 5-minute rounds.
I don't want to knock you out, but make it flip. I don't want to break the play. Come on.
He looked like a father toying with his son, and the punishment only got worse from there.
Knock him off the leg.
What are you talking about? I thought you said. Why do you want me to grab a pin in the first place?
At this point, Mitch could hardly even protect himself, leaving his face wide open for Strickland to hit, and it was only round 2 out of 5. What that Navy SEAL said in his response video sounds pretty stupid right now, but one thing he was right about is that SEALs are very difficult to break.
Quit. Got 2 more rounds. Are we winning? Are we quitting?
Who knows how, but Mitch got back in there, and the last 2 rounds were brutal. It was just hard to watch at this point, but Mitch managed to make it to the final bell. After the fight, Strickland sent one last message to the Navy SEALs.
Navy SEALs are top 2, but here today, we are the toughest motherfuckers on this planet. Hands down.
What if I told you you could communicate your ideas in the form of stunning videos like your favorite YouTubers do? The kind you've always wanted to create and will be excited to share with the world. You'd be able to do this in the ideas. You can try in-video AI for free up to the fight when Strickland started dredging up his past. On September 6th, 2023, Sean posted on Twitter linking to a video by the MMA guru covering Izzy's relationship with dogs.
You can see by what is censored on my screen right now. He did something so weird to his own dog that feeding it mouth to mouth became absolutely nothing in comparison.
He went on to show a Twitter account that Izzy had been following for 2 years, in which a girl roleplays as a dog, as well as other pictures and clips from across the years that suggest Izzy has some sort of weird kink. This was a loaded gun that Strickland was more than happy to fire at the press conference for their fight.
Izzy, give me something, bro. What the When you argue with a fool, those who are watching can't tell who's who. Oh, there we go. Hey, you know what? You know what, man? The moment I post a video of me jerking off my dog, they will put some credibility to that. Fucking puppy porn, man. I had to double check that shit just to make sure it was legit. And it was legit. Hey, you guys, I'm up for it. You guys motivate me. It's going to be awesome to bring the belt back to the States. No more painted nails. No more dog collars. For you guys. Let's go.
Izzy hardly hit back during the press conference, but you could tell the comments Strickland was making were bothering him. He was being made out to look like a creep, and he had no answer for it. The only option he had to save face was to deliver on fight night. But when September 10th rolled around, Strickland didn't come to play. From the first round of the fight, Strickland walked Adesanya down, keeping him on the back foot and giving him little space to breathe. He kept the pressure on, backing Izzy up towards the cage and limiting his offensive options. With 27 seconds left in the first round, Strickland managed to land a huge right that caught Izzy clean and knocked him off his feet. Sean then tried to go for the finish, and it looked like he might get it, but Izzy weathered the storm. The following rounds didn't go much better for Izzy, and honestly, Strickland made it look easy. At the end of the fifth, after a dominant performance throughout the fight, Sean started taunting Izzy, goading him into attacking, but Izzy wanted no part of it. It looked like he'd given up, even though he would have known he needed a knockout to win. The fight then went to decision, and Strickland won on all three judges' scorecards, making him the new middleweight champ. Absolutely no one could have predicted the fight would go this way, and this is arguably the most embarrassing defeat of Adesanya's career, because not only did Strickland publicly humiliate him in the build-up, but he went in there and beat the crap out of him too. Whether it's physical warfare or mental warfare, Strickland will take whatever he can get, and when he bumped into Machine Gun Kelly in Las Vegas, he couldn't justify hitting him, so he went for the second best option.
It just happened with Machine Gun Kelly.
Later on, Strickland posted on Twitter saying, "I almost hit a vampire tonight. They said his name is Machine Gun Kelly. How do you have a dope-ass name and dress like a 13-year-old goth South Park character?" Dana White, the president of the UFC, was asked about the situation in an interview, and he wasn't impressed.
Sean Strickland tweeted that there may have been something between him and Machine Gun Kelly. Can you talk to me about what happened there?
You can't bring Sean Strickland around any other human beings. It's like, you know what I mean? It has nothing to do with Machine Gun Kelly. It's about humans.
MGK clearly made an impression on Strickland because he went on to post a video ripping into him further.
I made a fucking vampire wearing a man bag with painted nails. It was so insulted that I didn't know who the fuck he was. He acted like a woman because I didn't know, nor do I care who he was. Dude, you dress like a vampire wearing a man bag. You are a slight on society, bro. The fact that you exist is mind-boggling. The fact that you exist makes me think we're going to go back to 1776, bro. You are less than a fucking man. You're cut blood drinking rituals.
In an appearance that MGK later made on the Impulsive podcast, one of the hosts asked him about the situation between him and Strickland, and he called him a racist and homophobic.
I don't know this guy from a crumb of bread, right? I didn't know who he was when I met him. I got hit afterward that he's like insanely racist and homophobic and just not my type of guy, so I would have never even wanted to shake hands with him in the first place. As a person who's just giving you big bro advice, learn this. Shut the fuck up and don't speak on me anymore and live your life. But you won't, and I'm going to continue laughing at you because you're a fucking idiot.
Strickland's obviously in the wrong for going after him for the way he looks, but you just know there's no way in hell MGK would have said that to his face. The only thing in this situation that might have shocked Strickland more than MGK's appearance was finding out that he's with Megan Fox. Strickland was a big fan of Megan back in the day. When he learned that they're together, he posted a tweet saying this: "You guys, what the fuck is going on? Transformers Megan Fox is with that thing. What the actual fuck has happened to the world? What did I miss? Is she okay? Is this man the devil? I'm Megan Fox. Are you okay? Do you need assistance?" He likes Megan. Recently, he's managed to get into beef with her too. Following his encounter with MGK, he allegedly made comments about Fox's kids dressing like transsexuals, and she sent him a DM about it.
She was actually cool. So Megan Fox did. I was like, oh, famous level.
Yeah?
Nah, she wasn't. It wasn't that kind of DM. She was I'm a fan of Megan. How many times how many times have I tripped off to you in Transformers when I was a kid? I was all fucking day long. Dude. I fucking did some road rash with Megan Fox. Oh fuck yeah, dude. His body transformed. Everyone watching this is jerked off once to Megan Fox. So she hit me up, and so she hit me up, and I was like, "Fame level reach," and the message was actually really kind of fucked up. It was more like, "Hey, you know what? My kids get bullied, and like I get bullied online because you said they're trans. They're not trans. Like they want to dress like rock stars." And I'm just like,
Sorry, Megan. I'll just shut the fuck up about it, dude. I'm like, but you still drink blood and shit. Like, they still do some weird shit, Megan. But like, get on yourself, kind of, right? Like, I guess it's fine. Yeah, so, you know, I mean, there is a point where, like, sure, I shouldn't make fun of your fucking kids, dude. I get it.
That's probably the first and last time we'll see Strickland apologizing for something he's done. So far, we've seen Strickland beat down Ruby Seal, who's also a professional fighter, and Israel Adesanya, who's a world-class mixed martial artist. But if you
Right.
he only fights taken in February 2020.
Chanel, how you liking the party? That's what I'm saying. Like, people been talking crazy about Diddy and his parties for the past, like, years now. And we're finally at one. No, I did not see that. But I saw Beyonce doing coke earlier. That was the craziest shit ever. No, like sniffing cocaine, you know? Also, think about it. Why would she ever drink Coca-Cola? She's sponsored by Pepsi. Dumb. Also, they said that we can, you know, go into one of those rooms if you're feeling up to it right now, and we can get our little freak on in there. Yeah, no, I'm not bullshitting. Like, the dude who told me said that Diddy was fine with it. He even said like he had an unusual amount of baby oil, believe it or not, inside the rooms, so we can go ham. You're saying your stomach hurts, like I'm gonna go in the back door or something and scare both of us. No, look, just because we're in Diddy's house don't mean we gotta go freaky, okay? No, I'm not saying this like in the way of I don't care. It's just, what do you want me to do? It's not like I can leave the mansion and go easily get you some medicine. Plus, even if I did, it would take forever. What the fuck do I look like asking P. Diddy for some Pepto-Bismol? I mean, if he allegedly has enough baby oil to fill up 2 swimming pools, I'm assuming he has Pepto-Bismol. But I don't think he wants to hear me ask him for some. Hey, it's P. Diddy in this motherfucker. Okay, I know we having a little fun right now, but I'm gonna need everybody to go outside. I'm trying to have a few people in here, you know, we're having a private moment. So I love that. Santino and Chanel need to stay behind, and the other people who need to stay behind, you know who you are. Oh shit. Wait, baby. He wants us to stay behind. How the fuck would he know that we need Pepto-Bismol? Your stomach only just recently started hurting. You think Diddy's a mind reader? Come on, be more realistic here. What if he wants to sign us to a deal? Holy shit. Wait, what if he wants to sign you to a deal? Because, like, he has enough rappers under his roster, but not enough singers. I think, holy shit, this might be an opportunity. He's making his way over here. Okay. Act cool, calm, collect. Natural. Hello, Mr. P. Diddy. To what do we owe this honor to? So, it ain't nothing crazy, you know. I really fuck with y'all vibes, and I wanted to get to know y'all a little bit better. You know, on a deeper, more connected level. If you catch my drift. You want to know us as artists in like a secluded area, or kind of like that. I just want to see how y'all perform as artists, you know, really perform. I mean, I can rap right now. My girl's not scared to sing in public, so we can do that. Nah, that's not what I'm talking about. How y'all perform in bed. Excuse me? Yeah, you know, I was like thinking everybody got their drink on, Everybody got their dance on, and I think it's time to get our freak on. You feel me? I don't think that me or my girl want to feel you. Yeah, see? She not even comfortable with it. And that makes me even less comfortable with it. You must think I'm some like bitch made bitch that gonna take no for an answer. You wildin'. You truly wildin'. You must not know who I am. No, I know who you are. You're P. Diddy. No. I'm Sean Penis Diddy Combs. Wait. I thought that the P stood for like Puffy or Puff. No, dickhead. It stands for penis. When you call me Puff Daddy, then it's Puff or Puffy. But when you call me Diddy, it's Penis Diddy. Don't get that shit twisted. Now I'ma ask you again. Do y'all want to get your freak on with me? Yeah, let me just talk to my girl real quick. So we're in agreement here, right? Like, he's not doing anything to you. Okay, good. So now we have to figure out what to do real quick. We can't afford to go to the bathroom right now. That is the sickest, most disgusting idea you've ever had. And I think it might just work. Bet. So you run to the bathroom. I'm going to run into one of his other rooms, and then I'll text you which room that I'm in, since I believe they're numbered. Okay. So, Diddy, we've come to a conclusion, and that conclusion is to... Yeah, I think there's a bathroom down that hall and to the left. Go. What the fuck? I thought like Diddy was a cool dude. Like, I know he was like this. Oh shit. Is that baby oil? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, let me text her. Are you okay? Okay, good. I'm in room 212. Just try to sneak your way over here. Okay. Santiago, where y'all bitches at? Thank God it's you. And thank God you made it. Okay. Oh my God, you smell terrible. Hopefully that will be a great deterrent if he catches us. Okay. We can just try to escape from this window. Oh, you bitches thought you was gonna get away without giving me some ass? Yes. Look, Sean Combs, P. Diddy, I don't give a fuck what your name is. You're not gonna fuck my girlfriend. Yeah, she even shat herself so that you wouldn't even want her. And I know you freaky, but you're not that freaky. Oh, yo, both of y'all stupid as shit. See, I don't want her. I never wanted her. You. Excuse me? Yeah, I like you, and I want you. Come take him. Tie him up to the bedpost in my room. Wait. Ah! No! Let go! Let me go! Fuck! as for you, Miss Chanel, breathe a word of this to anybody, and I'm gonna blow up your entire family's house. There's no joke here. I'll do the same thing to my mother if she starts talking crazy. So don't think that I won't do it to you. Okay? Good. Bye.
Hey babe, I'm back home. Oh, dinner's ready. Alright, I'm gonna try it. Oh, ew, what the fuck? Cold! How do you fuck up on chicken breasts? Oh, you can't even do this. It's a fucking mess here. And the shit tastes like ass. I just can't. Wait, what do you. Wait.
So, I heard you wanted some vocal lessons from me. You called the right person. Not to brag or anything, but I've been singing for over 10 years now. I'm basically... Oh, you want to hear some of my singing, huh? Easy. Ahem. Fly me to the moon, play amongst the stars. Let me see what's... What do you mean stop? My singing is good, no? What do you mean? You're tone deaf. Wait, let me try again. Hey! Give me my mic back. Let me finish my song. Oh, give it back. Fucking shoot you. Wait, why do you have... Wait, no.
Hey babe, I'm calling you because I finally took care of all the ops and now I'm just here in Shibuya. I'm so happy that we can finally live in peace. Wait, do you hear that? Ah! It's a domain expansion! Now you're taking me to places of all times? I can't believe that. You can't clean. You can't do anything. Why I'm dating you? You're just lucky. Honestly, you're just a stupid... My arm! Wait, I swear. Wait, no, please! What are you doing? I'm sorry, I didn't mean... I didn't mean to call you a monkey! Wait, don't burn it!
This is so exciting. Wow, this is so exciting. Oh, but my legs are tired though. Being up soon. I'm so glad we're home. How long have we been climbing up the Eiffel Tower for? Also, you've got strong legs. Just give me a minute. I was tired. Oh, God.
It's what you think. Anyways, what are we talking about? 62 cents. Here you go. 62 cents. Stop. Davy Jones Locker. Squidward, buddy. I can't believe I'm saying this. How could you trade Squidward for 62 cents? You think I could have gotten more? He stuck up for you and you sold him out. You should be ashamed of yourself. Where's my drink? Drink? My drink? Diet Dr. Kelp? Tell me you forgot my drink! He's not eating. How am I supposed to eat this pizza without my drink? Didn't you ever once think of the customer? You call yourself a delivery boy? Why buy it? It's okay. It's fine. I told your little friend I ain't paying for that. This one I'm not done. Between ballerina nicotina, la cugina di assassino cappuccino.
If a man wears boots like this, Peter, my nigga, how the hell y'all keep making millions off some coin with a dog and a hat? Be for real?
Reposting relationship points. The squad was flipping Trump point into Lambos. Wait, it's meme coin season.
Okay, what do I need first? Don't tell me MetaMask again. That wallet gave me PTSD.
Now, Solana season. You need Sol. Either buy it on Coinbase, Binance, or any exchange you prefer.
What if I'm broke though?
$20 worth of Sol is enough to cook if you hit the right Deacon Alley. But listen, never trade on an exchange like Binance or Coinbase. That's where we dump on the noobs.
So where I even store the soul? In a jar?
Shoddy, download Phantom Wallet. It's like your crypto purse. Crossbody, but for meme plays.
Okay, with that secret phrase thingy, where do I put it?
Not your notes app. Write it on paper. Put it in your grandma's Bible or something. If you use it, you're not getting your Canada coin back.
Now what? We just throw darts at coins?
Use Axiom for speed. It's like Wall Street on ADHD. You can set auto sells, limit buys, DCA.
The three main ingredients we need for making our potassium black powder are potassium nitrate, charcoal, and sulfur. My go-to for potassium nitrate is this brand of sulfur food, 100%. And I got a ready supply of sulfur by going down to the pump or Peter.
It's very much like saying spirits. I'm a hand to know more. If you make interests like a pen, I was told I was right. I served 10 years for this country. I bled for this country. I buried friends for this country. And now my daughter's catching heat for not pledging to that same flag. Let me tell you something. That flag ain't freedom. That flag is branding. It's a cover-up. It's a sales pitch in red, white, and blood. I didn't risk my life for a piece of cloth. I risked it because I was sold a lie. It's protecting freedom, that I was fighting terrorism. But the truth is, we are the terror. This nation's built on genocide and slavery, and that's not some radical opinion. That is historical fact. We wiped out over 90% of the indigenous people's population and trafficked over 12 million Africans into bondage. And when slavery supposedly ended, just renamed it. Presently, chain gangs, redlining, mass incarceration. Prisons are full of poor folks, especially black and brown. And they're working for pennies an hour, if anything, and they're making products that you buy at Walmart. People behind bars than any country on earth. I found a free disturbing excellent game where I play as a man of no skin, the Flame Man. Full game playthrough with all my names on my channel. The game starts with you waking up in a strange house with no skin, no tongue, and no idea where you are. Every movement you make causes an excruciating amount of pain. Existence is nothing but misery. You walk outside the house and you meet a demon. It explains to you that you're going to have to pass judgment on others. So wait a minute, a demon? Are we in hell? If we died and we're in hell, why are we the ones passing judgment on others? And where's our skin? Now, this is a point-and-click board game, but in between puzzles, you actually have to sit in a confessional booth and hear people's sins. It is then your choice whether or not to forgive them or punish them. Now, keep in mind, these decisions impact which ending you get. Not all of the stories being told to you are equal in their sin. Not only is this game genuinely creepy and filled with a ton of disturbing pixel art, it's free. I found a free disturbing pixel art board game where you play as a man.
There's an extra line. You better not. Anyone ever died because of a video game? Actually, yes. This kid unalived someone because of Halo 3. Here's what happened. Now, the kid's name is Daniel. Daniel's 15, living in Ohio, and he's a normal high school kid, and he loves playing football. It's a big part of his life. But one day in 2006, his whole world changes because he goes on a snowboarding trip with his friends. And so he's out, he's up on the mountain, snowboarding, goofing around, and suddenly, boom, crashes hard, and he injures his spine pretty bad. In fact, it's so severe, any further damage could potentially paralyze him. So he can't run, he can't play sports anymore, including football, which is a huge deal to him. I mean, he's been playing football since he was younger, and suddenly he has to stop. Now what's he gonna do? Then it gets even worse because Daniel contracts a staph infection. So for a while, he's super sick and he can't really move much at all. And so he's bedridden and he has to be home most of the time. He can't go to high school anymore until he fully recovers. So I guess he starts getting homeschooled, and this goes on for around a year. And during this year, he has to find a way to pass the time. And after a while, I guess his parents start letting him leave the house to go hang out at his friend's house. And it's there that he experiences something he's never experienced before. A video game
To anyone, just apply. Are you going to admit that my class sizes are bigger than yours? What are you really trying to compensate? Just ask Fox News, I'll tell you. But I think bigger on you, Tom.
I can't believe that idiot actually showed up.
Poor Obama has to sit next to them. So, I thought we were going to say something in that sense.
Looking at the sunset. Listen, I'm sorry about what I said.
You said that I am the reincarnation of Cthulhu.
Well, could you look at you stare at the truth like a dead-eyed freak? Sorry. Anyway, sometimes I can't tell if you're like some demonic, hellish portal to this universe.
Do you care about me?
I care. Just can't tell if you kind of got the deadlights thing going on. No, come on inside. I tell you how many pizza I've been wanting to trade into the supposed to that's a thing. You're definitely a turtle in sewers on this chocolate. Okay, come on. Let's go. Let's go. We're good then, right? Okay, good. Awesome. So, what you think?
If you haven't been to a pregnancy scare before, just know pregnancy scare has got to be a bottom 3 experience. Dare I say worse than death itself? A pregnancy scare will single-handedly turn a non-religious person
Into a god.
You get that? I think Frankenstein's and people are on saying prayers that you've never said before. You get that text and you start planning your entire life out. You start planning on how you're going to provide for your family and climate. 19. Worse than that, you're going to start planning on how you're going to tell your parents that you were silly. Now they got a grandkid coming in the oven. You get that text. I turn into an expert on the female body with all the research that can do it. You start lighting up her phone, asking her all of her symptoms, and the moment that she says she experienced either one of them,
Okay.
Stand by, first front.
I can't stand tableside preparation. It's so obnoxious. I don't need a waiter making my food. I want the chef, a sous chef making my food. This is ridiculous. And it gets sloppy. Look, there's cheese all over the table. He touched it with his fingers, I think. No, no, thank you. I don't need my Alfredo made at the table. Oh, hell no. The Republic is up on the block. 200,000 feet. I look through it. Keep riding, Glenn. Girlfriend asked me if I would love to do that. Before I can finish my sentence, but I love you 5 ever. Get it? Keep on ready, kid.
Considering his activity and the attractive pace that he brought for years. To spice things up, they wanted TJ Dillashaw and Sheldon Hugh and Gary Ryan, which was of no interest to Johnson as he wanted to defend the belt against someone who deserved it if he had to agree. Right, he had his conditions. Though it was evident that he wasn't going to get what he wanted. Demetrius Johnson wanted more money for that super fight, even though he knew that the job would be in his way. TJ later moved down to his flyweight in 2015. His weight cut year of experience in his test showed that he was about to prove at the point. Also, this is able to fight to we know. She was like, can't keep you don't bring it. I'm okay, fair enough. Okay, I understand that. And then said, okay, well, TJ, if TJ doesn't make weight, he knew he could not make 125. If he doesn't make 125, we fight for his belt. No, he can't do it. I'm like, I have no leverage here. Like, what's sit it for me? I see a money. Sit it for me. They should ask for comparison. That's never even came out substances for years. He was great and fire. If we read list of phrases, and In this video, we are all aware of Demetrius is, and it's important to about that. So nothing you have seen. That's right there. That's what you want. That's right. That Demetrius Johnson was the biggest, is one of the UFC's greatest justice. Advertising as much as the show, not even close. Demetrius Johnson didn't want to be the in the UFC. At that moment, I was considered for the UFC portion of Johnson and shortly after the defeat to contract to the championship. The bit of disrespect hit Demetrius Johnson that he found out that the one championship player that has was participating in the years. Being there is not being fighting against swing that. Well, like, it's like working purpose. What's going on? I can just do it. The actual just this seems crazy. He went to FC is because he ever did one. Seriously. The president literally traded away one of his greatest fighters to bring in someone that he didn't even like. But Whitey, being classy as always, did not despair. He had been through too much in his life to be discouraged by this. With performances in the new promotion in the following years, he showed his greatness. But most importantly, Johnson showed that he is independent and bigger than the UFC. Another quality thing that came out of all of this scheming was the unification of and Demetrius as training partners and friends. The two began to improve each other in training because iron truly sharpens the iron. This tells a story about the incredible control of Demetrius' ego when he accepted his partner, the man who caused him to lose his throne and leave the promotion. Mighty proved that he could turn even the worst situation into something more positive. After 2018, support of each other, the two little guys achieved incredible results. Henry Cejudo finished 3 top bantamweights with TKOs, including Dominic Cruz, Marias, and TJ Dillashaw. He became the double champion, and his opponents had to. As Triple C says, bend the knee. Our hero, on the other hand, wreaked havoc in one championship. Apparently, the Asian climate didn't bother him one bit. Demetrius Johnson won the Flyweight Grand Prix tournament, where the prize was the Flyweight title. Luck was on his side, and he finally got his payday. Demetrius Johnson participated in the first ever hybrid fight against one Muay Thai fighter, Rod Tang. And Rod Tang, who had never been put to sleep before, was separated from consciousness for the first time. And that honor went to Mighty Mouse and his magical rear naked show. Every encounter past the cage, it just like. I was like, again, I give out. I'm not anything but trying to do all those shots in the second round. I'll choke you out. However, Demetrius Johnson was knocked out for the first time in one championship with a brutal Demetrius in the 7th round. These two grounded opponent were not allowed in the UFC, but one championship has a different rule. So it's very possible that Mighty forgot and took an unexpected hit, but the beauty of his defeat was reflected in Demetrius Johnson's comeback. Mighty, being Mighty, not only won the rematch, but avenged his defeat with an attractive flying knee and regained his flyweight title. Adriano had a beautiful knockout, but Demetrius showed that he could do it so much better. It was a rematch. Right there. It's one championship. Right, I grounded up on it, but I hit him with the right hand, and he was backwards. This is as the icing on the cake and the end of his career in 2023. Demetrius once again faced Marias in their trilogy, where he won with the judge's decision. 1 year later, Johnson spoke after the 168th event in Denver to share both sad and happy news. It's been a long journey. Thank you to all my teammates. Matt. Thank you to Matt. Thank you to my wife. Thank you to children. You guys have made me a better person. I am done competing in mixed martial arts, and I want to say thank you guys so much for giving me the opportunity. See you guys. He may not have left his gloves in the middle of the UFC octagon like he should have. That's where he laid down one championship belt to call it a day. Big news spreads quickly around, and as the MMA community celebrates his career and well-deserved retirement, Dana White chimes in, as contradictory as ever.
He's here. So, defended Demetrius Johnson won the big, incredible career he had. Got that round.
See the UFC Hall of Fame at some point. Dana stated that it was the fans' fault for not giving Demetrius the love that he deserved. After leaving the promotion, Mighty opened a Pandora's box of allegations against the UFC and their mistreatment. It's hard to think that Mighty was too demanding and rude. The man just wanted what belonged to him. He didn't like tensions, and he didn't like arguing, but he knew his worth. The life of a fighter was extra difficult, and eternal negotiation payment were completely unnecessary. On the other hand, the business talks with Chadri went according to his taste. Both were agreeable, and the president knew what kind of star he had at his disposal and aimed to respect him. Imagine having the greatest of all time on your roster and not giving him the respect he deserves. Although, in most cases, the departure of fighters from the UFC to another promotion results in a career decline, Mighty kept working at the pace and success that Demetrius continued to do what he did best and repeatedly proved it, even on the other side. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you guys. Show me that respect. It's my magic. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you to everybody in the world. Thank you to my wife, my family, my dad, everybody. Love you guys. Peace out. Oh, thank you for being down here. I'm doing it. 19 minutes for the champ. I'll get my champ to boost. If you did enjoy this video, like the videos that just popped up next to me, and I'll see you in the next one. Peace. Speedrunning 37 stacks of blast presses. Yes, this is a real thing I've been doing. Yes, it's really hard. And you think this sounds stupid, ridiculous, has no purpose in life? You are absolutely right, but I had so much fun doing it. 37 stacks, the full inventory plus your OPEC, which means a full inventory of furnaces, aka 8 inventories full of cobblestone. For the recipe, if you've ever used it, it's 5 iron and 3 smooth stone for 1 blast furnace. So I also need 5 inventories full of iron and 3 inventories full of smooth stone, which you actually have to double stone. And I wanted to do all of this in 6 hours. That's the goal. You wouldn't expect it, but there's actually a lot of history to speedrunning 37 furnaces. In early February of this year, a YouTuber by the name of Midgermit said, "What if I speedran 37 furnaces?" Some might call it the most revolutionary words to ever grace this earth, but it was really a silly idea that nobody expected to go anywhere. Midger got 37 furnaces in 5 minutes and 23 seconds, playing the first world record. What followed is the reason you're watching this video. People from all across the speedrunning community picked up the challenge to try their shot at a new world record. A few hours later, Tetron once again bested me by 50 seconds. Yeah, this is what this YouTube video is like. Game recently I ran into this video in my recommended called 7 Furnaces World Record. And it's 23 seconds. Like I said, I think so is possible. So if you have any interest, give it a try. I'd love to see where this challenge goes from. So through 4 days, I stole German's 37 furnace crafting speed. It's turned into a full review. It's gotta be basically 12 hours in the last 2 days at this point. She probably so 40 is incredibly difficult, but I don't know 40.7 seconds. I'm pretty happy with it. Currents were being dropped left and right. Nobody was sure how far this category would go. 4 weeks ago, a runner by the name of Weather completely shattered the competition with the first ever and 30 seconds. It's an incredible speedrun and a really fun category. But that wasn't even the end of this challenge. Several of the top 10 ranked speedrunners evolved this challenge by collecting 37 stacks of furnaces. So 255, this record is now 47 minutes by Finder. Increasing clever cobblestone. And because typical TNT, you perform 2 cobblestone. Man, those are considered a glitch. And so all of this brings us to this video, the next natural evolution of the challenge. 37 stacks, blast. Sure. I get around this good.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, we like planes, Mario. This was not my first attempt. I'd had several runs where I died. Honestly, too many. Like, bro, there's a little bit of scope. It's the newest version. But also, I was tweaking out a little bit. Like, how do you do that? No one block and you were supposed to fall in. And that wasn't even the worst of it. I was tweaking out all over the place. It was a creeper. I tried that shit with a creeper. I did 28 stacks. My goal was 6 hours. My best work was 6 hours and 1 minute. Literally in it all. I was so determined to make this run the sub 6 hour. We should troubleshoot the ocean look. Yes, blast furnaces are basically an iron farm chip, and so spawning next to a villain was an absolute must for this one. Throughout this video, we'll be making several farms, which are both efficient and great for the game Minecraft. We'll see if the sack I tried a lot of runs. So the strat here is we want to grab all the beds and all the workstations to a central location. We definitely need to beat the game for this challenge. But before getting I like to get some area games that would represent and cities where there's we need about 70 villagers for this game. Dude, you're kidding. There's sheep. I watch this. Sheep shear, right? Because it's not white. My sheep. My gosh, no. Dude, my shearing bugs insane. Because we need at least one bed per villager. Dude, that's 6 beds. That's 6 beds. That's huge. This makes us huge. Oh, you know, you're so good too. Since we want the villagers in a central location, I need to bring the beds and workstations so that they can pathfind and eat blocks. And then the hay blocks for bread to bring. Gosh, you don't like bread answer the first night that we gotta get down. Oh, beautiful. Stream, yes. Stream, what's this? Yeah, let's just get started. Wait, no, I think it's becoming customary. A lot of these camps is getting gun armor. Get people in the libraries to grab fire. Which are hugely dropping. There's no way I've been waiting for 14 minutes right to get into this. Because the mines. Since villagers can't read unless you're loading their chunks, we're going down into the mines to get resources to build a chunk. So 5, 6, surely. 6. You get it. I chased my 2 children. It's off. So I'm carrying a number of she was so beautiful. My God, it's 7, 8, 9, 10. Just the double shoot. It's a double shoot. Really excited about the change. And all I need is a yes. And now, yes, now, about 30 minutes in, it's time to leave the game. Okay, so, expect the next thing on this. So, if you're expecting. Okay, Feel it. Feel it. I just I used for 30 minutes of the entire week just trying to get this. But finally, 2 hours, 7 minutes in, I didn't get a yes right, and I seen me. But I got beat so much. It took so long to get it. It took so many years. Yeah, it's too much. Having the last random part of the run done felt great when I started building. I shared some machine because pretty much always need it and actually ran out of the city, so I didn't stop at the end to build. Because timing is crucial for this chapter. Right, first into first. This is a pretty intensive process to ready the top lots of people should hire. So in this is not putting carpets over the beds and just making sure the person can't find beds without any people. Everything goes according to plan. You see, you have to walk with a sketchy one by one dirt pathways. I built to tell all the walk from first try, I've done this in cast runs several times. If you're not careful, another person can find it in the beds and bring down it's a great learning experience. It's these in the beds. After they're in place, they're turfs. That bikes like the farm is getting pretty close to done. That is at least the first part. Second one is still right there. Transporting builders involved periodically breaking that until they were close enough to recognize fire. Once the villagers were bond, perhaps by getting because any villagers participating in a raid cannot sleep. I had to start the raid about 100 blocks away from my iron. Little known fact: all you need is a villager and a bed to start a raid. Break that bed, the raid will be counted as. So within 2 seconds of the raid starting, it was already defeated, and I didn't have to worry about more players. And then I want to keep all these guys away from fire. So I need all. This iron farm uses a bit of redstone, and while crafting that, I've also prepared materials for cobblestones. So yeah, it's just so long. Make sure the villagers didn't die and that the farm would work properly. I had to kill all of the iron. If even one escaped the farm, it could be a disaster for this entire really can't work out their job. No, that's right. How did you shoot the arrow there? Okay, I think the iron farm is something to make sure I visit it. I can hear the bubbles. Very good. Very, very good. And then let's do the last two. But while putting in the last villager, this happened. Hello? Oh my gosh, there's no way you went through them. He's dead. He's just dead. He's so dead. I spent over 40 minutes getting that one ominous spot. And I didn't have time to spare. Missing that one villager would basically kill the entire row. By some stroke of luck, I found this. What? Gift from heaven? My best guess is the pillager dropped it upon death in the nether, but I was so shocked when I picked that bottle up. Breaking the bed like before ended the raid, giving me 4 new pillagers. As long as all of them did die, I was good. So I put a little barrier over the portal the pillager had fallen through, and it was going to be clean sailing. Did it go through the portal again? That was insane. That was insane. Yes. Yes. I killed any stray iron golems, and to finish the farm, added chunk farms. And you had 8 total. Forgot about that. Forgot the chunks in the yard. It's already producing so much iron, though. Yeah. Can't even celebrate that this is working so well, dude. I have to I have to go slow. Ender pearls permanently load the chunk they're in. And since each farm consisted of 4 chunks, I needed 8 ender pearls in total. Unfortunately, I only had 7 pearls. But I figured it would just be fun. I mean, maybe I didn't understand how chunk loading worked. Our goal was to be going through the portals the whole time anyway. After one last check to make sure the farm was still working, I headed to the end. The cobblestone farm relies on the mechanic of the end platform. Whenever any entity goes through the portal, it regenerates the platform. And so if you have generators pushing stone into that end platform, every time an item goes through, the stone will break. This is the concept for the iron farm. And it was good news we were getting work on it because we didn't have a whole lot of time left. 2 need 1 ender pearl though. Okay, and because I saw my spawn, I should be back in the stronghold. Nice. Drag me. Okay, so now I have the chunk loader. This is going to be going on the whole time. Working with farm, so. Okay, I think I'm ready. Okay, oh my gosh, I think I'm done. First time actually waiting, bro. It's just stress, dude. It's so hard, it's all so new, but I don't know how to do it perfectly. And that's what stresses me out. Am I perfectionist because of that? Maybe. Yes, at the top. But yeah, leave it. I guess I should leave it like this. And it like kind of simple. Never just wait. Well, those are all the furnaces I need. Now we gotta fill out the rest. Okay, that is everything. At this point, really, there's not a whole lot we can do to actually get the furnaces faster. That's because the iron farm will just have to run for an hour or 2 to get enough resources. The main thing we ought to worry about is just not messing up. What I'm doing right now is placing down furnaces. This is the last step, smelting those 3 inventories full of smooth stone. Not only do I have to turn cobblestone into stone, but stone into smooth stone. And most people who do large projects might say, why didn't you build a super smelter? A farm to smelt all these cool things really well. That honestly is going to take far too long. The raw number of items we need to collect is massive. So what I decided on was literally putting furnaces in lava to use lava as a fuel source, because that's also something we ought to think about. If you want to smelt 3 inventories full of items, you're going to need a lot of fuel, and lava fits the bill. So it's a very manual technique, yes, but if I can have literally 64 furnaces running at the same time, it doesn't take that long, and we don't need it to be any better, because again, we're still waiting on that iron. I hope I calculated the iron storage well enough. The iron farm might be overflowing. That would be a big problem, actually. What? What was that, dude? I'm just listening to music, catching up to time. Oh my god. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is pretty much it. When doing the math to calculate all the resources for this challenge, I actually forgot about the offhand, so I needed an entire stack of furnaces that I didn't have. Luckily, I still had a fire resistant potion though, so I just mined up my temporary super smelter, and I was good to go. I think we're good, guys. I think we're good. We just have to make it back with 2 firework rockets. This could be it. This could be the end of this. Yes. Stuff coming there. Still sound the same. Nice. Time to get breath. Sounds crazy. No, so close. You have to wait. Okay, it better be sub 5. It better be sub 5. Dude, it might be because I didn't have this freaking last ender pearl. This last ender pearl right here. That meant 4 module. Is it actually this? I didn't think smelting would take so long. I thought I would just be able to like come back here. Technically, I could go mining for iron. This isn't even that bad to get iron. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, wait, I should hit it, Delilah. Oh, it's what you do to me. It's what you do to me. What you do to me. Oh, shoot, it's done. Well, pretty much done. I gotta go. I'm singing karaoke. Sorry to Delilah. Gotta pause it. I'm gonna die! I couldn't fight out because I was in iron bands, and I couldn't fly out because I was out of rockets. This is so good. What do I do? Oh my god, dude. Oh my gosh, dude, I almost lost the whole run. Holy my gosh, this one is. Oh my gosh, dude. I need like 3 more stacks. What do I do? It's so close. Come on, sub 540. Come on, sub 540. Come on. Come on. Okay, I should get rid of everything except this. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. Three more. Wait, no, one more. Gosh. 64. Ooh, done. Stop time. 538, baby! Yeah! Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go. Let's freaking go, dude. Oh my gosh. Crazy. Look at that. Holy. Walk on. Holy. Let's try dispatched to support two females acting aggressively towards staff. The trains and fucking nothing to be around me. I need someone in my life who will just spend 10 minutes to give me a hug. Ever! God damn! God damn! I am so tired. I don't can't do this. I can't. In a world where mental illness is heavily stigmatized, especially in online spaces,
Having someone that gives a full instead of voiceless is a favorite moment in wish for. In such a world, someone that knows you're struggling and is bold enough to be loud for everyone else, whose voice speaks reassurance straight into your soul to the rough storms of stigma and discrimination, easily becomes a superhero of some sort. But what happens when this loud voice becomes too loud, and you find out that behind every video with the calm voice is a bitter alcoholic with an abusive personality? Your superhero begins to look like what they really are, a supervillain. Well, this is the story of Lexi, an online personality who masked her animosity within carefully crafted videos with the sweetest words. Through the course of this video, we'll look at how she. I've always wondered, what's inside a wasp nest? Well, let's begin our dissection at the bottom. Looks like there's multiple layers of paper. These layers act as insulation for the nest, keeping it warm when the weather gets cold. But what's that? There's something else inside. Here's our first layers of comb. This is where the wasps develop. Some are trying to emerge. Here's a third layer of comb and a fourth. I've always wondered,
You don't talk to your sleep. Tell me the she's my wife. All you could want here, all you could. Did you know? Talk to your sleep. Tell me the melody. She's my wife. Anyways, I've got all you could want here, all you could. Did you know? Talk to your sleep. Tell me the melody. She's my wife. Anyways, I've got all you could want here, all the time. Man, please, sorry for you was a damn disease. Holding it down and it was around. You really gonna play in the streets, but you know, hey, today I hit the cover of blowing it down. Man, please, sorry for you was a damn disease. Holding it down and it was around. You really gonna play in the streets, but you know, hey, going today I hit the cover of blowing it down.
To the 12 people always like my
He was not ready for the final boss fight. Go up with it. He was not ready for the final boss fight. Go up with it. He was not ready for the final boss fight. Go up with it. He was not ready for the final boss fight. Go up with it. He was not ready for the final boss fight. Steve. Whoa. Whoa. Sheep. Sheep. Back. Zombie. Zombie. B. Steve. Steve. Whoa. Sheep. Sheep. Frida. Zombie. Zombie. Bee.
She went off therapy. Yeah, yeah. She went.
This girl wanted.
You know.
All right. Hey. All right. All right. Let's keep it simple. No hidden meat. Straight to the point. John ate spaghetti for lunch. Now, this next passage is particularly brilliant. John ate spaghetti for lunch. Now, spaghetti. Let's keep it simple. No hidden meat. Straight to the point. John ate spaghetti for lunch. Now, this next passage is particularly brilliant. John ate spaghetti for lunch. Now, spaghetti symbolizes the pain and suffering. Let's see that do.
Ready? See this look on my face? This will always mean it's time to shut up. What? Ready? See this look on my face? This will always mean it's time to shut up. What? Ready? See this look on my face? This will always mean it's time to shut up. What? Ready? See this look on my face? This will always mean it's time to shut up. What? Ready? See this look on my face? This will always mean it's time to shut up. What?
So, what's
Wait a second. Fuck.
so what's so his birthday, everybody forgot. That you forgot too, Shocky, didn't you? No, you're a liar too. For that. Oh, oh, no.
Well, time for bed. Just in case. Look at my Garchomp before I colored it versus after I colored it. It looks totally awesome after I colored it. I hope you guys like it.
Don't make me pull that face card out. Girl, what face card? That's one. Don't make me pull that face card out.
All right, I'll be back.
Face card.
So sorry that I just walked in on you changing.
It's okay, it wasn't changing.
You want me to stay?
No, I didn't say that. Understanding.
Yes.
Look at what
Oh, God, I brought the calls back on, girl. It's 412, so goodbye. First time I sang it,
Go viral. All you did was a laugh.
Kane's cameraman had enough of him. Need of Minecraft.exe. Sorry, Jessica. It's just probably that's probably what it is. Yeah, probably we need. Kane's cameraman had enough of him. Need of Minecraft.exe. Sorry, Jessica. It's just probably that's probably what it is. Yeah, probably we need.
Mommy, stop! Help me! Little baby, pop it. Mommy, stop! Stop! Little baby, pop.
Layer of lipstick challenge. Let's go. Here. It's singing. I can't get it off. You know what I'm gonna do? I have to go somewhere important. This is insane. I don't know. 100 layer of lipstick challenge. Let's go. One layer. Okay, what's it? Dad, it's a final milestone. Toby. Toby is a fruity apple. And Toby has come to save Harry Potter. His friends. Which and I'm a bit.
Hold on just a second. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My cats are. Stop. Hold on just a second. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. My cats are. You can say baby without showing it to attractive.
You can say baby without showing the least amount of respect. Your perfect lip shade will be your eyebrow liner, your eyebrow pencil lining your lip, and then whatever you use for blush on the middle of your lip, and then up close. It will always be the perfect lip shot. Your perfect lip shot.
You that building. Three dudes coming on me, on me. Chief Wood on top, now I'm on bottom. He's inside. Two more guys coming in. I got now they're rotating. I'm coming, I'm coming. This dude is insane. He's literally 8 by shot. That building. Three dudes coming on me, on me. On top, now I'm on bottom. Got it. Two more guys.
My cuts faster, so it says now. Oh, this is actually pretty nice. Faster. All right, so we heard check make my cuts faster, so it says now. Oh, this is actually pretty fast. Faster. All right, bro. Okay. Yes. Oh my God, it's gonna be the animal pit or something. Maybe. She's been freaking so slightest thing like sometimes I have what I'm wearing. You know, people told me I have to face television. Look at this. Because it's tandems and animals and this season in the sea, let us say. Taste. Somebody's watching. It's my anxiety. Somebody's watching. It's my anxiety. Somebody's watching. It's my anxiety. It's my anxiety. Somebody's watching me. 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 It's my anxiety. Here's the challenge. Writing your own lyrics and will repost our favorite ones.
Let's do it.
I am Dr. Charlie. This is my assistant here. What seems to be the issue?
That's
Keep you on my mind. Siempre me queda against your swine. To anybody to only that be keep you on my mind. Siempre I'm against your swine. To anybody to keep you on my mind. Siempre me queda against your swine. To anybody to only that be in the
You're being considered others. Flip City is a content creator that identifies as
They've always been there.
While she feels like a woman most times, she also
Ay, ay.
October 21st, 2024, Atlanta police spotted a 2023 Hummer EV running a stop sign. After running the tag, they discovered the driver had a suspended was registered to Two-minute fleet officer meeting via use vehicle. Activated his lights and sirens. Drewski's vehicle complied and pulled over shortly after.
72 609 open. Pickup truck. Sir, are you eagle? So I'm also going to let freeze the fire. Wood move. Stop. Now, registration suspended. And no insurance. Access to the vehicle. Can I see that? We're going to get your driver's license. So now we're closed. Sure, but they're trying to hurt. Yeah. Who was my car shared by? Right there. I said I'm pulled over right now.
Are you still here? Okay. Ah, okay, nice. Okay, so the reason, shit, bro, the reason I don't hear you, I'm about to fix it. Oh, I'm about to fix it. About to fix it, about to fix it, about to fix it. Le, wah, le, wah. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. The great thing about being an adult is this little thing called free will. If you want a slushie, you can go get a slushie. That is the greatest thing about being an adult. I said, you know what? I want a slushie. And I went and I got a slushie. Like, you don't understand how powerful that is. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Come on. I guess we can watch YouTube videos. I really just don't feel like doing any work. Straight up. Don't feel like doing any work. Spring break side questing is crazy. Ooh, this one looks interesting.
It was a Neanderthal with a razor-sharp
No.
spear.
Wait.
They weren't just survivors. They were the apex predators.
The UFC, where you can legally punch someone in the face and get paid for it. Which sounds like my last family reunion, but with better commentary. Yes, the UFC is quite the entertaining spectacle. So if you're disappointed that you're about 1600 years too late for the joys of witnessing the gladiators cheeking it out in the arena, the UFC is the next best thing. Here,
See, you hear that? I fixed it. Of course. Sarah was here like an hour or like she was here at 4 o'clock. She stayed for like 3 hours. I just realized. Oops. Sarah will always come back to stream. Why? Do you like Sarah that much? Do you like Sarah? I like Sarah. No, you're good, bro. What?
Well, nothing more than their body as weapons. And when it comes to MMA, there is no.
Oh, I know what you're gonna do. I know what you're gonna do. Not really, but
organization.
I have an idea.
So how did the UFC come about? It began as a marketing campaign to raise the profile of jiu-jitsu and bring all of the martial arts together to decide which was superior. While the early days were tough, the project was a resounding success, at least financially, with the UFC being worth $12 billion today. As for proving the worth of jiu-jitsu, it did a good job provided you're not up against Derek Lewis. The UFC operates with 3 judges on a 10-point round system. Each judge gives 10 points to who they perceive won the round, 9 to the loser, and 8 points if a fighter is dominated. In rare cases, rounds can be 10-10, indicating a draw, and 10-7 if it's outright decimation. But these are super rare. There are 3 rounds in total, or 5 if it's a title fight. You'd think there's strict criteria for becoming a UFC judge, but you'd be totally wrong. They actually just grab a bunch of fans from the stands. The less experience with the sport, the better. As a result, scores are often all over the place, so fighters really have to put it on the line if they don't want to risk it going to the judges. Fans have voiced their complaints about the flawed judging system for a long time, mostly campaigning to make ex-fighters judge rounds, but also to introduce an open scoring system. This way, fights are scored in their entirety, rather than on a round-by-round basis. Think about it. Fighters can beat the hell out of their opponent and be super close to winning the fight, yet narrowly lose the next 2 rounds and lose overall. Doesn't sound very fair, does it? What's worse is many fighters will abuse a crappy scoring system to edge a fight, depriving fans of a good scrap. The main folks who talk about here are wrestlers. Many will shoot for an early takedown and just lay on their opponent, rather than trying to finish them. The UFC is trying to shift away from this by standing fighters up for an activity. Clever wrestlers do just enough to keep position. Ultimately, it's just difficult to break away from the sport's history.
You're gonna riz her up. You're gonna riz her up.
It used to be called the UFC, the Ultimate Hugging Championship. Hopefully, people will forget with time. Fights can end in a number of ways, but if bouts end prematurely, it's usually by KO, submission, or technical knockout. The latter occurs when a fighter is being beaten up and taps out, or the referee steps in to save the fighter from their own ego. It's an important job, as many fighters don't know when to quit. Yet while the refs are seemingly a lot more competent than the judges, a perfect stoppage is about as rare as a politician keeping a promise, at least in the eyes of the fans. One week, fans are screaming that a fighter has been robbed by an early stoppage, despite Skull being on show. The very next week, the rhetoric has switched to the stoppage was far too late. These referees are endangering fighters' lives. Now, I'm not saying referees don't get it wrong, because they certainly do, but they sure have a tough job, and I don't envy them.
Yeah, they do have a tough job.
What do we have here? Jesus. Okay, maybe I'm a little bit jelly. They're also tasked with policing the dubious UFC rules set.
They're paid $2.5 million. That's
You can only strike with your fists. MMA allows for most forms of combat, only banning the likes of biting, headbutting, kneeing down opponents, and up until recently, 12 to 6 elbows. Why 12 to 6? You know, because of that one video of the guy smacking all of those blocks of ice. We're very scientific out here. Speaking of science, the UFC has a drug problem. Fighters looking for every advantage they can get, many turn to performance-enhancing drugs to one-up the competition. As PEDs give fighters an unfair advantage and also put other fighters at increased risk, the UFC has a zero-tolerance policy. That is, provided your name isn't John Jones. Yes, Mr. Peter Graham himself has earned more preferential treatment than anyone else. When he's not hitting pregnant women with his car or hiding under the catering Masada, he's getting his PEDs in. Yet other fighters receive hefty bans.
No, if anything, you're helping me.
And again, it doesn't stop them from doing it. When caught, they all deny it, promptly citing tainted supplements as the root cause. Like, no way! How did that 5,000 nanograms per deciliter of testosterone get there? But nobody is buying these weak-ass excuses. Anyway, enough about all the rules.
What is he talking about?
We've got the division data.
No. You're helping me. These pickup lines are saving my relationship.
The welterweights, one with Israel Adesanya in it, the light heavyweights, and the one with John Jones in it. Of course, there are the women's divisions as well, which are a little bit, but no one really cares about that. As we know, women can't fight. If you've never watched anyone fight before, you might be wondering why all of the fighters are split up by weights. It's because the worst heavyweight fighter will absolutely mess up a flyweight with ease. Yet weight categories aren't as fixed as you might think. There are allowances. Unlike some MMA organizations such as ONE, the UFC permits fighters to water cut. The most extreme weight cutters cut up to 30 pounds in just a few days. This means when they rehydrate before the bout, they're walking around miles heavier than the weight limit. In fact, they're so heavy that technically they should be fighting around 2 divisions up. What's more, fighters don't have to fall within the weight limit. On non-title fights, fighters can be a pound over, which might not sound like much, but it really is when you're dying to make weight. Clever fighters who can't make the cut may also employ some crafty tactics to hit the requirements. They strip down behind a towel to maintain their modesty, and then simply press on the towel while on the scales to offset those last few stubborn pounds. Work smarter, not harder. The difficulty is judging your weight cut just right so you ever so slightly make weight. This varies from fighter to fighter, but as a general rule of thumb, if you don't go
Well,
you're not.
I'll just make sure she doesn't see it. You know what?
Back in around
Sure you
For
will.
me, this was the golden.
Sure you will.
The sport was massively on the rise, and we had many.
I have a plan too.
For context, this was a round where McGregor was sleeping people for fun. Motivated McGregor was a force of nature. However, he has since devolved into crazy Connor. Not only has his trash talking suffered, but he spends more time talking about coming back than actually fighting. He also lost some other big names such as Francis Ngannou, who used to be the.
Well, I'm sure she'll say yes.
Presumably, he was a former disciple of One Punch Man.
Considering your pickup lines, I think you got it in
There
the
was nothing
bag,
better
brother.
than seeing a random heavyweight be offered up to him as a sacrificial lamb so that we could witness the various ways humans can be separated from consciousness with nothing but fists. Once there was that one snooze fest with Derek Lewis, but we don't talk about that. Fortunately, these stars have risen to fill the void such as Sean O'Malley, Israel Adesanya, and Alex Pereira, which is great to see. You know what all these new stars have in common? They've got some terrible tattoos. Oh, and they're also striking specialists. Despite it being the sport of MMA, it's striking that we're all here to see. The thing towards striking is so profound that it impacts fighters too. Many elite wrestlers simply forget about their stellar wrestling backgrounds and resort to a heavy striking approach, sometimes to their detriment. Honestly, this mysterious force needs to be studied. Given fans are obsessed with strikers, it's no wonder the UFC protects them at all costs. Like some evil mastermind, they orchestrate matchups to allow the strikers to carefully tickle around wrestlers, which would likely end their dominant run. As such, wrestlers are denied favourable matchups and subject to other penalties that other fighters don't have to put up with. I like to call it the wrestler tax. Because they adopt the most boring, albeit effective style, they put in less viewership, and therefore.
You better not be talking about Sarah.
What's more likely to be cut from the UFC if they have a full performance. Gabby Gaynor was rather cutthroat. This was best evidenced by Colby Covington, who went on record to say that the UFC informed him he was going to get cut in his next bout even if he won, because they didn't like his style of fighting. Faced with the difficult decision of sticking with wrestling and risking getting cut, or switching to a striking dominant approach in the hopes of being retained, Colby decided on option 3, making an enemy out of the entirety of Brazil in his post-fight speech. And it worked wonders. Fair play, Colby. Fair play. Besides performing well, it's also recommended that fighters stay off Dana's bad side. As the president of the UFC, he can derail a fighter's career in the.
I knew it. I freaking knew it. Oh my god, dude. Damn. Oh, the actual girl? Hopefully the real one you're talking about. Yeah, I'm still confident. I'll bet the over. I'm not going to speak on that. Not speaking on that. Ay, ay, ay. Release water bottle or water bucket. Release. Bro, why would he make that? Hey, congrats. You know what? I don't even want to. Just this is my existence. Just getting made fun of. Come on, bro, you got this. That looks so wrong. Oh my god. The stick. Yeah, it's wrong. You know, I really think the other design still would have worked for this scenario, but Aren't you homeschooled? If you're homeschooled, are you the only star? Damn, dude. I see, I see. So it's not like homeschool. It's like different homeschool. I see, I see. You're definitely dodging a bullet with a public school. This is so cool. Dude, this is so cool. Well, you seem like a smart guy. I think you'll do good. I have faith. What? What are you gonna do? I don't trust you. I don't trust you at all. Don't worry, she'll FaceTime me. That just sounds like it's definitely offensive and or inappropriate. Whoa! Didn't you get banned from that guy's live stream? Wasn't that you? Didn't you say? All right, fine. Just because you said balls in the city, I'll face something. Hi. 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 Oh, the goat. Oh, Riley. Yeah, yeah, yeah. The goat. Riley was awesome. Very nice. Very fun. Very nice. Where y'all going? Fun. Yapping. Nice. Good to know. Isn't she so awkward with the FaceTime? Isn't she awkward like in the way she like holds the camera? Whenever I'm talking to someone, she's like, look. Look. Like, look, guys. I am. I'm sorry, Miss President. Madam. Madam, please. They wanted me to FaceTime you. They did. They did.
He like he turned it into like a little like workshop area and that's like where he like yeah like he it, wait you're doing a ship right now?
Yeah. And this is my work area. Yeah. Mhm. There was one guy. Yep. Do you want to know what they're saying? Oh my God, you are so beautiful. You are one lucky girl, Sarah. They said it. I did. I showed it to him like this. I mean, like this. No, they're calling you beautiful. Wait. no, they're calling you beautiful. I mean, they could be calling you beautiful, but like probably not. Like a million.
Wait, so what is it streaming?
E.
Twitch. Oh, like he's doing like a thing for like a full year. But you know, he takes like breaks whenever like I wanna like see him.
Well, no.
Yes, I gave him that shirt. He's rapping. Your shirt.
I know. He's rapping.
Wait, hold on, I gotta get a picture. Yeah, hold on, like
What in the world? This is so creepy. Look, I'm also.
you're wearing my sweatpants.
Yeah, I like him.
Okay. That's great, groupie. So wanna come over later or no?
Probably.
Okay. Let me know. Don't sit like that.
Huh?
Put your leg down.
Why?
Because you're gonna fall.
Is this how girls sit?
Yes.
Yeah.
You're gonna fall. You're like, and okay, don't you have stuff to do?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Well, actually, right now I'm watching Destroying a Lego City. So,
Great.
yeah.
Okay, well,
Yeah, you guys have fun. Bye. Bye. You confuse me. No, I did not get it. All right, let's watch some Balls in the City. Dude, these are fun to watch. Yeah, I don't get it. All right, that is funny, and it did. To be fair, that did confuse me. So thank you, sir. But I thought you were gonna call her beautiful. But then now I was just calling her to tell her how beautiful I am. This is crazy. I thought it was good. Not once you explained it, I thought it was good. This is crazy. Yeah, true. Very true. I'm just like really impressed with what you can make out of Lego. I'm not gonna lie. How is this possible? It is. Please, let's hear the joke. The woman. It's pretty funny. I like that one. Oh god. How does the terrorist talk to his kid at breakfast? Who's there? I see how you got banned. In case he comes. Aw. Yeah, I'm way too cool for school. Yeah, I got ADHD too. But it's not a disability, it's a superpower. Holy shit. Alright, I'm gonna ban you. I'm gonna ban you. I don't think you've learned your lesson. I don't know. I actually don't know how to do that. Bro, my tummy hurts. Way too many Chex Mix. Oh.
I can do this. Just like that's vice versa. Makes sense. Think about it. This is not going to spend the rest of my life. Our favorite tell the keep this in their fashion. It's like I say, it's not cheating. Stand on top of each other. Just have your chance. Okay. Oh, I am too, of course. I
I just got them off, so I'm like, I know.
All right, I'll see you. And
Did you take a shower?
yeah,
Okay. Brush your teeth?
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, you can head over.
bye.
Bye.
You want me to get a drink less, but I didn't want to, I didn't want to talk to a doctor. I didn't want to go to meetings. I was scared I would be judged. I was scared I'd have to admit I had a problem. Welcome to my semen park. It's like a water park, but it's full of cum. Thanks to Faginator Enterprise for making this possible. Welcome to my semen park. It's like a so I can measure time I've compressed and condensed time I've bent it. My day is 6 a.m. to noon, and I'm not crazy. You're crazy for thinking it takes 24 hours, just like some dude in the cave did 300 years ago. The second day starts at noon and goes till 6 p.m. That's day 2, and then the next day is 6 p.m. to midnight. What I've done now is I have changed and manipulated time. I now get 21 days a week. Stack that up over a month, I kick your butt. Stack it up over a year, you're toast. Stack it up over 5 years, my entire life is just better than so I measure time, I've compressed and condensed time, I've bent it. My day is 6 a.m. to noon, and I'm not crazy. You're crazy for thinking it takes 24 hours, just like some dude in the cave did 300 years ago. The second day starts at noon and goes till 6 p.m. That's day 2, and then the next day is 6 p.m. to midnight. What I've done now is I have changed and manipulated time. I now get 20. Why can't you stay consistent? Your initials might.
This is an incredibly impressive piece of technology. If you look, it's got sort of two plants that it uses to. This is an incredibly impressive piece of technology. If you look, it's got sort of uses to. This is an incredible.
Strawberry, orangutini, ananasini, spionero, golubia, ballerina.
I just found out you can check police alerts for this app.
Yes, lights made works great for women. Chickens come out of eggs. Eggs come out of chicken, don't have the front. Right. First, chicken or the egg, sir? Please, why the lunch? Do a centric model. If you think the one on the other screen. If you know, I think all for more than another son. You can. If I say, I'll ever use the inside job. She was at a totalitarian civilization. Going around the sun supposedly at 66,600 miles an hour. Those are in the States. Why do they call sea level? The bankers are the chickens come out of eggs. Eggs come out of chicken. Okay, first chicken or the egg, sir? Such a model. If you got hanging on from what they are, so you guys think that I'll ever use the inside job. Totalitarian civilization. Around the sun supposedly at 66,600 miles an hour. No, that's in the States. Why do they call sea level? Taking that, including the bankers are going to support. Chickens come out of eggs. Did you know there's a trend out of France where water has been scarce for centuries? But yeah, just because I can. Does not mean I'm not first. First. Just because I can. First. Just because I can. Does not mean I'm not first. First. Just because I can. Does not mean first.
So which is the vintage one? That one, of course. You're bluffing. How can you tell? Well, because because the one you want to waste our whole stash on is exactly the same as the one you already got. There's no way any pony would notice the difference. It's a lot more likely they'd notice that. Some dented tin that cooked a pie a whole 2 seconds. It's 5 seconds faster.
Whoa, ladies, please, ladies, calm down. Stop fighting like this. You're gonna make Pinkie Pie sad if you keep going at this. Please. You can like get on an agreement of some sort. That's writing technique I found for panic attacks is just realizing how cringe I'd be. I was just sat here editing a video. Tag out of nowhere about dying. Lasted for 10 minutes. I was hyperventilating. Around my room crying. 2 minutes ago I was just screaming. Then I realized, what the fuck am I doing? Oh, I'm gonna die. Best friend.
Yeah. Yeah. See. Yeah. Hey. Hey. Yeah. The tea. What tea? This. Tea. Yeah. Yeah. It's fantastic. Just love. It's pretty. It's when you want to make that in this one. So it's very clever choice. Right. I just got realistic. You saying it's like when I turn it on. Wait, first, here's the lightsaber that I got from Disney for the same price. Alright, so here's the Disney one. Shadow doesn't make much noise in this week. And here's an NCMR. There's the microphone. Like shit. I have a dirty butthole and I smell like shit. I have a dirty butthole and I smell like shit. I have a dirty butthole and I smell like shit. I have a dirty butthole and I smell like shit. I have a dirty butthole and I smell like shit. I have a dirty butthole and I smell like shit. I have a dirty butthole and I smell like shit. I have a dirty butthole and I smell like shit. I have a dirty butthole and I smell like shit. I have a dirty butthole and I smell like shit.
So I don't have a boyfriend. Griffin, that's not funny. Are you on the way? Please, 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 I beg you, come here now. Please. Please. Just get up.
I'll be there at 10:15.
What are you doing? What are you saying? Go.
It's important. I'll be there at 10:15.
Griffin,
No, I'm not.
yes, you will.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you will. Please, Griffin, please. Just come.
I'm charging my phone. Charging my phone.
You can charge your phone here.
I know. I failed the test. He doesn't give a shit. Patrick doesn't give a shit. I don't. None of us give a shit. Yeah, you do. We don't.
Please come here.
Okay, someone's calling me. Yeah. Yo, it's good. What's up? What's up, homie? Fucking nothing about it. Lucky about it. Go to sleep. Yeah, but what's up?
Do you know if anything's happened at your house on Wednesday?
No. Why?
I mean, maybe do a little LDOT party there, water slide.
Oh, yeah, I'm fine with that. No, I'm down.
I do myself lacrosse team, and then Big Tight was already in the one at ISI, so I doubt they're gonna join it, but they're welcome to fucking ditch Wi-Fi and come to ours, you know.
Yeah, true. No, I'm sure my roommates will be fine. That sounds lit. Alright, well.
100% confirmed, but it might be.
Okay, just let me know.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Alright, I'll see you.
Yeah.
Right now, if you know, you know. And that is kind of awkward because my whole page is about crushes and dating. Since I'm not going to get one anytime soon, I will be making one up for my point of views. Drop name ideas in the comments for my imaginary boyfriend, and the one that gets the most likes, that's going to be the one. Every time you see that name in my future videos, just know we built him together. I love you guys. So I don't have a boyfriend right now, if you know, you know. And that is kind of awkward because my whole page is about crushes and dating. Since I'm not going to get one anytime soon, I will be making one up for my point of views. Drop name ideas in the comments for my imaginary boyfriend. Every time you see that name in my future videos, just know we built him together. I love you guys. So I don't have a boyfriend right now. You know, you know. And that is kind of awkward because my whole page is about crushes and dating. Since I'm not going to get one anytime soon, I will be making one up for my point of views. Drop name ideas in the comments for my imaginary.
Become the better thing you still to destroy. Let's nail fun. Yeah, the dark side is you too. I have brought peace, freedom, justice, and things.
Marcus? Hey, you didn't tell me you were going to be at the ball today. And it is. Oh, hi, I'm Chloe. Wait, you guys are together? Since when? So long ago. Auntie, did you tell her that you and I are practically soulmates? What? What do you mean? Oh, don't worry. We're soulmates without the romantic part in it. Wait, is your hair naturally that dark? You're pretty. Well, just so you know, we've been into blonde. Oh, I'm not blonde. Yeah, he preferred blondes, like me. Be honest with her, MD. So, have you been introduced to the family yet? No, I haven't. Oh, Marcus D the Third. Where are your manners? Don't worry, they're super chill. Yeah, and me and his mom go shopping every year for his birthday. Yeah, Marcus. Just hit me up. I'll tell him. Okay. Marcus? Hey, you didn't tell me you were going to be at the mall today. And that it. Okay, sir, you want the garlic shrimp and the double order of onion rings? Is this correct? No problem. And for you, Van? Oh, this was your ex's favorite place to eat. You think you could post now it's too late in the day? Well, because you know, sometimes like I don't want it to like be gross. I guess.
Just wait till tomorrow.
Maybe next week for 1 year.
Then just wait till 1 year.
Maybe you can post on a day for one.
Then just post them now.
But do you think if I post like with the photo with
2 likes, you really matter? Are you talking about likes or are you talking about? Likes don't really matter.
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, post it.
Just do it for the memes.
Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, bye. I'm gonna go like it right now. Bye.
Yeah, I really know what I want to eat today. Can you please be second? Why are you stop holding my hand? Because you had to adjust your shirt. Why do you use your other hand? Yeah, I really know what I want to eat today.
Every woman should be able to do push-ups, regular push-ups. So who said you could do that? I was just teaching classes. I started out with every woman should be able to do more regular push-ups. So I said you could do that. I was just teaching classes. I started doing it. First thing to do and so did you do? Standard head height. Boom. 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 Standard head height.
Standard bed height. Boom. Standard bed height. Boom. Standard bed height. Boom. Standard bed height. Boom. Standard bed height. So this YouTuber, his name's Trevor. He makes a lot of extreme sports content. And one day he decides to do something a little different. He's gonna take his plane out and spread his friend's ashes over the mountains. But then suddenly things go wrong, like really wrong. Mid-flight, the plane's engine cuts out. So Trevor has no choice. He's got to abandon the plane. But fortunately for him, he has a parachute on, and he makes it to the ground with only a few scratches.
Thank you, higher power, for watching over me.
So ultimately, he's safe. Oh, but this isn't over, because that is when the investigations start. Now, the FAA, the National Transportation Safety Board, they investigate every plane crash, big or small. So they look into this, and weirdly, they can't find any wreckage. Like, he crashed in the middle of nowhere, but it all seems to have disappeared. So they hit up Trevor, and they're like, hey, where did your plane go down exactly? But Trevor can't seem to remember. Now, the investigators, they're smart, and they know something's up, and they are not going to let it go. But about a month later, Trevor cuts all his footage into one long YouTube video. And so this YouTuber, his name's Trevor. He makes a lot of extreme sports content. And one day he decides to do something a little different. He's gonna decides to do something a little different.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
In case you don't understand what 100 times speed means, here I have a simple zombie. Now, for demonstration purposes, I have resistance 6. This is what it's going to be like to play Minecraft. This challenge is hurting you. So you see any mob at all, you're facing. Don't even get me started on the Ender Dragon. Or for heaven's sakes, maybe Apocalypse. Never in my life have I been murked so badly to beat the game like this. My new game plan: stay in the trees until it's barely. Trying to stay. They're under me. They're under me. We got a mark 4 on the tree. I don't want to check out that room. Okay. It's nice. I can stand like that, and it actually kills them. Okay, that's what you guys said. Oh my gosh! Stop! Okay, I gotta be very careful with rounds. This fire is actually kind of clutch. It's up now. There's one video I needed it for. It was this one. I'm gonna use this lava to make another one. I just need some iron, and then we can go. Now it's the tricky part. I gotta get in the boat without drowning, because that happens so fast. Words are gonna be our friend. I gotta not drown. No, please. It's kind of like my 4th wood max. Wait, my items are gonna despawn, aren't they? Are you? That was so fast. Yes, dude. 7 iron. That's all we need. I think we have everything we need to enter the nether, which is actually kind of crazy. The Steve is ridiculous. I do need some gravel though. Dude, come on. Watch this. We have flint and steel. We made a portal. We actually. And a good time too. Oh my gosh! Wait, my stuff is going to be spawned. Are you kidding? I was gone for 30 seconds and everything is despawned. I mean, I guess we check out the nether. I got one. Oh my, that goes fast. Yeah, things weren't going so well. I had no game plan. I mean, I need to go to the nether later on, but I had 0 things in my inventory. So I decided it was probably wise to make some sort of base or hidey hole, whatever you want to call it. Really, this would be so much nicer if I could mine fast too. I don't even know what to do, bro. I can't remember the last time I made a hidey hole like this. But welcome to the abode. We got a chest with some extra supplies, a furnace that I haven't used yet, and we're just waiting for it to turn day. Just it. The sun. Stop. Wait. Does that mean things will smell extra fast too? Oh my gosh, it does. Wait, that's actually not mine. I like how we made it to the nether, and yet I'm still hiding out here for the past like 4 nights. Like, how like glaze? Because we get fire resistance. Fire resistance just lasts like no time at all. That's sand just sand is now a teleporting block. What to do? Maybe we just make a tunnel all the way toward the portal. Are you on day 29? That's ridiculous. Get water. How do we make a tunnel through all this? Like, oh yeah, this is how we build the tunnel. We're gonna have to build a tunnel like this because I literally can't stand out in the water for more than a second. Wait, I actually kind of like this. This is kind of sick. Oh, okay, maybe not that sick. Nice. Why do I love this tunnel? Okay. I mean, what? Dude, what? Did you see how fast I ate that? Wait, that's actually so nice. Oh, we made it. Now that I had a safe way to enter the nether, I needed one of 2 things. Bastion or fortress. I went out in search of a fortress first, but I ran into a couple skeletons, which I did find. You can actually PvP. We can technically attack faster. It's just very difficult to do, and I still ended up dying many times. Whoa! Whoa, that's my safe haven! These creepers are insane. I did get a bit of good luck, though. One night, I found Henry. Oh. Wait, my first night first. Wait, that was actually great. And so, you found confidence, we went off to the nether. Wait. It's day 84. And finally, I found, although my footage, it did corrupt a lot, so you're probably going to be seeing a PowerPoint right about now. But up in the top right corner, you can just see a fortress. Unfortunately, I died on the way there. And not only do we have corrupt video files, it got so much worse. I started getting spawn camp, bro. Spawn camp. He's spawn camping. This isn't fair. Yeah, it's so worse. Alright, corrupted video files are almost done. But the last corrupt thing I want to show is this. The freeze frame of me killing a sheep. This was the most important thing I did. See those 3 pieces of wool? Boom. Bet. Dying to a zombie? Let me introduce you to a fancy new technology called Sleeping Through the Night. Sleeping was unbelievable. I got a couple more pieces of iron to help me hopefully kill some slaves. I got a shield, so I'm hoping that's enough. Oh! Gold armor came in clutch! There it is.
And make it all the back without dying once, which clearly was not working at the strategy. One time I did manage to get a magic cube, which is what you need to make fire resistance potions. But then I realized that would last basically 0 time. I would have to use 2 blaze rods to craft it, and I was not a fan of it. But then, one time when I entered the nether, I noticed all of the zombified piglins were gathering at one spot. Actually, the highest spot they could pathfind to. I've seen something like this before. It took me a second to find the video, something called a cookie clicker, but on a channel called Whitestone Jazz, there was a video talking about this exact mechanic.
Creatures in Minecraft seem to have a knack for climbing up and getting themselves stuck on cliff sides. So I wrote a Python script to actually go through and run some calculations and figure out.
The video described exactly what I was seeing, and it was a breakthrough moment because up until this point, I had been digging holes hoping the blaze would pathfind down because it's not going on right now. But when the game is running 100 times faster, you cannot build a normal blaze farm. My new theory was this: if I made a hole slightly higher than the blaze spawner, eventually all of the blaze would pathfind to this. And now it probably wouldn't go as fast as this here, but if the game is running 100 times faster, I mean, who's to say it couldn't be that efficient? I did it! I did it! I made a whole breaker, bro! Dude, no! Oh, I was celebrating so hard, dude. Alright. Okay, what is this? I come out of my tunnel. See these 2 guys just chilling. Charge! What's even worse is because this guy was like so close to my home portal, he was not despawned. I took my last piece of gold armor and finally got rid of it. It was things like this that I had to deal with all over. Eventually, yeah, I was still having trouble getting to and from the fortress. Dude, I hate doing that. And it was even worse. Oh my gosh. Actual terrible update. It's Halloween. The zombies have pumpkins on their head. They don't despawn. They don't despawn. Freaking screw Halloween, dude. I want to go outside. There's no insta kill. It's an insta kill. He has an axe. He has an axe. He has an axe. What? He doesn't even despawn. I was out late chopping for you. One night. One night. Okay, that's not my spot. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Feel. I had to spawn on top of a pillar to get out of the dead body. Get destroyed. No. Give me the hole. You know what we need to do? We're gonna make a whole bunch of pillars, and if we die again, hopefully we spawn one of these, and the mobs can't get to us. I gotta remember to sleep every night. Halloween? Actually terrible. I can't think of anything worse that could happen. Also, we're on day 266. If you're curious, I jumped over that. Can you believe how many tries it's taken to get back here? No, you beast here. Come out here. You raise the babies. Raise the babies. Just actually the first time I've walked the path backwards. Every other time I have died. I really hope we can make it back. You know, I started mining. Is this video just going to be a compilation of me dying? Seriously, I'm asking. Please let me know if it is, because I don't know what the else heck it is going to be. But I can't get my blaze rods back.
I lost track of how many times I killed Blazes, tried to run back on my path home, and died. But eventually, we finally. Yes! 10 Blazer. Okay, surely that's not the whole video. Alright, next on the agenda, it gets me Ender Pearl. I think we're gonna do that by trading with villagers because we can trade really, really fast. Like, watch, I can make a shirt bigger than the world's ever seen. And it's only gonna take like a handful of minutes. This is where we start to take advantage of the tick speed. Most things so far have been painful. This is gonna be so nice. Oh no, I gotta get to bed. Get to the bed, get to the bed, get to the bed. This is so nice, so peaceful. I'm just planting crops. Not dying to take place. Who needs an automatic sugarcane farm? You have tick speed 2000. Also, just for posterity, we all played for by day 330. Yeah, definitely my slowest speed right now. You know what? For long consideration, I think it's time we make a bucket. Last couple pieces of iron, but I'm about to turn this whole thing into a field of sugarcane.
No one's in your life.
Ballerina cappuccino. Okay, I'm coming. You're fine. I can't wait to see you and hug and squeeze and we can have fun. We can play Minecraft.
Yeah. We can. Right? Come on.
Fine, here I come. Sorry.
Getting now. For so long, it was just me. You know what? I'm feeling so good. I'm gonna repair the creeper hole. I don't have that many blocks. It's just a huge step. I have the luxury to make my place look better. You know what? Celebrate. I'm gonna build a storage silo because I can now. Look, I know it's not the best looking storage silo, probably not even top 10, but it is a storage silo, and I'm proud of it. I think I have enough sugarcane. I mean, all I need to do is buy, what, 12 ender pearls? It's day 404? That's kind of funny, actually. We're about to see if we can buy our ender pearls. Day 406. It only took us 2 days to get to the village. Not really, it was like a 1-minute walk, but, you know, so I need to get a librarian villager now. I've been kind of dreading this. I need to get a bookshelf to trade my sugarcane, but to get a bookshelf, I need to kill a cat. Have you seen how fast these cows are? They've been eating like some beef grass. Eating sheep? What? I see a cow. Come here, cow. Come here. Come here, cow. No! I'm so close. Stop. Oh, I sent that guy flying. He's too fast. How am I supposed to kill him? Wait, I'm Stratton. Yeah, Stratton. Yeah, grow. How long does this take to grow? Oh my gosh. Dude, the sun's going down so fast. Man, this really just shows how pathetic crops are when they don't have water. Look how fast the sun is moving. How's that? Dude, it's been like 3 days. Hey, it's day 415. That took forever. Also, I don't know if I mentioned this before, but the lower your render distance, the faster the game goes, just because it has less data to speed up. So I'm actually limited by how fast my PC is and what my settings are, I guess. All right, master plan. Offhand the wheat. Wait, it's actually kind of sick. You can finally sprint and lead cows. Boom. I would like to offer you a job. Oh, look at that. Wait, that's actually so sick. 60 girls. Okay, I need a cleric now. Is there a cleric home? Hello? No, I'll take a Frank Sandra. Dude, that zombie just murdered something. He killed an animal! That's actually so sick. Thank you, sir. You guys saw that, right? All right. Thank you for the purchases. I appreciate it. Can I some ender pearls up in the air? Okay, this is it. This is it. This is the trade. It's either ender pearls or no ender pearl. Ender pearls. Dude, I'm so happy right now. I'm so happy. This took so long. So
Well, well, well. If it isn't Skibbity. I'm gonna go brush my teeth real quick. BRB. Okay? Be right back. Oh, fuck. Who will? All right, I'm just gonna go to bed. Good night.
it was pretty fucking crazy. I was a kid. I was like 13 years old. I was like, well, fuck yeah, you were like me. We're crazy. And I'm like, you know what? I do this. I never played. I just did it. And then the worst part is I got caught on the Rockets game. So I was at the Rockets game. My mom was like so excited. I was like, oh my god, I'm so fucking excited. Rockets, I love them. And then they were showing a replay of the jump shot. That was the background when they got it. It's time to go back. So is that and at least one is smarter. Let's take it. The good thing is we're start beginning with already picture websites, which are idea of people seeing. This was my first website after my design, and this is the second one that I made after the web design for a while. Both of them pretty much got the same sandwich construction. And the base blade body of this is doubled with a connection piece in between. In the first video, I mentioned four problems, which I still think these segment connectors are the best solution for that. Don't you ever come about change that? Now, the difference with the new version will be that instead of the base body, which takes up a lot of space, also a lot of things very heavy, the connection links, which are a lot smaller, so hopefully less overall weight. You're moving the moment really. That looks like this. This is the prototype made with my laser cutter. Hopefully this way it'll be a lot lighter and also less thick, because when it comes to cutting ability, thickness is actually a very important factor, which made those small kind of eggs. So let's see if this works. Should deep these up a little bit. There's no one guiding rail on the left and right. Error, obviously, definitely. When welding such thin pieces of metal, they are very prone to bending, which you can very dramatically see on these pieces. In order to hold them in place, I think I only need like the top right here at the bottom. Ooh, I think I've got a good idea. This was the test welding piece I did, just to show you how it's supposed to connect. Even the better weld I did still has a very, very big gap. Even though it has that big gap, you can see this is tightly in there. It has the connection point right here, but this one isn't as important as this one's important. And you can see it's pretty difficult to get a nice fit on these. If I segment the guiding rail, a lot less material, which means less weight, pretty clean, it's a lot less work for me. So overweight going with the new version. I've been very unhappy with the fitment of this zigzag thing right here, giving me a lot of headaches. Then once I've had like these two pieces done, the fitment is not very smooth. So I thought maybe I'd save myself some time down the road and just redesign the thing again with something that's simpler, hopefully easier to make. So let's have a look at the third generation. Biggest change probably, you can see I got rid of the pickaxe tip segment. I changed it to have a regular point, and I also added a taper. The blade tapers down to roughly 20 millimeter and it's 60 millimeters at the crossguard. Used to be 40 millimeters all the way, but one big problem with the first Webstone was the segments are pretty heavy and they're all pretty much the same strength. So the ones at the back have to support a lot more weight than the ones at the front. By the taper, I can have bigger segment connectors towards the hilt. Another thing you can see, I changed the orientation of the segments. So the reason for that was if you look at the way two segments connect into each other, the unsharp segment connectors were covering up a lot of
late segment, which left a lot of unsharp area where the salt will inevitably wrap around something. With the changed version, there's a lot of blade edge exposed when wrapping around, and even without the pickaxe tip, you can see that each of these segments is pretty much like a pickaxe itself, because these sharp corners will dig into the skin or I don't know, feel whatever it comes in contact with. As you can see, we came out at around 80 centimeters. So with sword form, it'll get the lower end of a long sword. Now, another step took a lot of time with this design was filing out the slot for the segment connectors to arrive in. With the new design, now we'll just cut all the way through here, because looking at this, you can see it doesn't actually need the end of the channel right here, because the segment links just bump into each other, limiting how far it can go into each other. Alrighty, so far so good. You can see I still need to adjust some of the angles before we can move on with welding on the segment links. This one looks pretty good, but here we've got some big gaps. Okay, much better. Still not perfect, but there's not much I can do without machining anything. Not all the way straight, but let's see what I can do. If I want everything to work together, and I got it hardened, and then I'll reprofile the blade. Almost forgot, I need to add something that I can attach the wire onto at the tip segment. Cut out the recess right here, and then at the end I can put a pin through here, and then we can tie a knot onto that. So let's put this here. These are for the tip segment. So let's put them on there and see if it works. Clamp it down so that I've got it as tightly to the segment as possible, and also put some round stock in there so that I've got it centered with the next segment. And now I guess we just prep the whole thing doesn't warp into oblivion. We can do it so far. Don't see any warping at all, so I think clamping down really does the job. Very nice. I'm gonna say it turned out better than expected. As you can see, everything's nice and straight, which is important, so there's as little wiggle room as possible, so the whole thing will be looking somewhat sturdy. I'm gonna say more straightforward than I thought. Seems like I simply have to word on the rest of them. Shouldn't be too difficult, right? Correct. That needs to be very smooth, because I only got around like 3 kilograms of bone force on the spring at the end. And guess it's any resistance. So it's not nice. That's one of the biggest singles tying it together. Everywhere it's nice, which is very nice. It'll equally that's up with the singles, because it's so pitched together. Set somewhat straight. It's there. The possibility is that they have the same as a Stuff. Scott actually just again. So just constant. Spread so so it's basically like that's something they said choose. Like this. So let's get you trying. Tractions just and basically once it forces that in there, the tape that's a extra pulls up that so it looks like this. Problem with this was the spring has to loop inside of the handle, which created a lot of friction and contact points, and it was a very bulky build, and it didn't really manage to fully retract the frame tightly. So that's something we gotta keep in mind. The second one got no self-retraction mechanism. There's just a string in here that's attached to the first segment, which I had to pull by hand, and then I've got a ratchet to tighten the rest down so the segments sit very tightly together. But honestly, the self-retraction mechanism is way cooler, so we're going with that again, and also have a listen to this. We retract this real quick. So how I'm going to do it this time we're using the springs we all know it like the spiral. So something important to know about these springs, they are not constant force springs, which means pulling this, the first bit, is easier than pulling the last bit. And there's also a maximum extension range, which means if I pull it too far, it won't retract fully flush because we broke the spring. The problem with these springs is they are very big for how much you can actually pull them apart, which means they are not really suited for retracting roughly 60 to 70 centimeters while being hidden inside of a handle. So the solution for a problem is a pulley system. Let's do a little physics recap on pulleys. Yes, I already know how a pulley works. I don't care, we're doing a recap. Say you've got a weight you need to lift. Lifting it straight up is pretty tedious. So attach a rope to your weight, add a wheel to the ceiling, and now you can pull the rope to a lifting weight. Nothing about the force needed change, just the direction in which you're pulling. We're ignoring friction in this example. If we add another wheel, the magic happens. 2 wheels means that the force needed to lift the weight is halved, but the distance we need to pull is doubled. If we add another wheel, the distance is tripled, and the force to lift is a third. So the number of wheels is the multiplier for pull length, and at the same time, the divisor for the force needed. For example, if we got 5 wheels and we want to lift a weight of 200 kilogram, 1 meter high, we need to pull with 20 kilograms of force for 5 meters. No force is measured in Newton or kilogram. This is an example. Usually, pulleys are used to pull something, who would have thought, and the added pull length is the compromise for the force. In case of the wood saw, we don't care about lifting something. We want the pull length. So in our case, the weight would be the spring, and the rope runs through the blade segments and attaches at the tip segment. If we add 6 wheels, we're able to get 60 centimeters of extension range by just lifting the spring 10 centimeters, which means we get a small mechanism with lots of extension, which hopefully is plenty enough for our saw. Now, this particular spring has a force of roughly 30 kilogram, which means with the 6 rollers, we've got a force of roughly 5 kilogram. And you can see, even with this bulky wood construction, we still got something that's somewhat close to a normal sword hand. Let's get to making this I think the next best step is to weld this pin on here that the spring will be attached to. Get that and get an idea how much space and gaps is left, but so far looks pretty good. You can see pulling works better because as soon as I let go, see it lines up because it's twisting that way. So you can really tell we need the second washer on this side as well. All right, so far so good. It's still some spots it's still a little bit binding, but I just have to work it in a little bit more. I'm thinking about all sorts of mechanisms that somehow grab the rope tightly so I can lock it down in the extended position and it won't self-retract. This Dyneema rope is pretty slick, so it's very difficult to create a sort of friction look. But while talking about with my father, he actually said that I could also think about locking down the spring itself, which is a great idea because you can see I left these extra long, and now when it's in the extended position, I can
engage a sort of lock right here and hold it in the forward position. And then I can just disengage and it's self-retracting again. Maybe we can also put something right here, it's basically lock in the other direction, so we saw all this stiffer as well. Now, cool thing with pulleys is if you look closely at how much rope is being moved over the wheels, you can see the ones further to the right are moving faster than the ones on the left. Which means we also got a mechanical advantage when holding this side of the pen in comparison to this side. So let me just. We've got 6.1, 5.1. So the locking mechanism on this side will be much easier than having it on this side. When I pull this, the right side is trying to tilt slightly bit more in this direction. This side goes that direction, especially when I retract it. So I think if I were to do the lock on just one side, I'm going to do it on this side, because if I put it on this side, it'll bend even further. If I put it on this side, hopefully I can take some stress out of the system and it'll hopefully last. But I have more measurements, putting it right here, always in the same spot, and the readings are all over the place. So I have no idea if that's actually true with the mechanical advantage. Maybe let me know in the comments if that's a thing with this. I'm going to put the lock on this side, and then, yeah, we just hope for the best, I guess. I'm no spring maker, so no idea if this is a thing, but I guess we just have to find out. But one thing I have to add for hardening this, to disengage, I think it would be nice to have sort of platform for your thumb to push it down. So let's weld something on here. Okay, let's see if I can get this on there somehow without melting anything. Wow, I know. It started so promptly and yeah, this happened. Okay, it's now hard but very brittle. Back to tempered, so it'll be less hard but more spring. Let's see if it's a spring or not. Pretty good. Not too much resistance. Moment of truth, you can see the lock right there. So if I put it further, pushes it out of the way. Okay, another one for good measure. Ladies and gentlemen, yeah. Looks a bit like the world's smallest putter. Nice. Next step, welding it on there. Crappy weld. I really hope that it hasn't moved too far out here. I think it slipped a little. See a little still engage. And yeah, okay. I guess it was a little bit too hot. Let's see if it works. Please. Nice. Nice. The lock is working pretty good. Who would have thought this crappy looking Dingsbums is working pretty well? I wish I would have filmed this because I was testing the locking mechanism some more with a comical ding. This thing just snapped off. I probably overheated it while welding because it broke up right at the weld seam. So I guess I can try to weld it on there again. Oh, the baby's crying. False alarm, back to sleep. Okay, got it working again. So by accident, you can see when engaging, it doesn't push this down, but it's pushing it outwards like this. And it still engages, which actually is a much better way of engaging the lock. It'll probably be less likely to break with this little movement. So maybe I should get rid of this thing and
at like a ring or something. So I can put my palm in here and then pull it. Okay, I think this should be about as small as I can get with the whole mechanism. Obviously, I don't want all of this exposed, so I think next step should be, well, some stabilizing brackets. That's so that position something straight to the size. So yes, so basically creating that's my system to work. Yes, I have to make it bigger. This plates in the plate that's in segments. If I just let go, right? The whole thing. Yeah, it's always see to look at the system, take a film, times or something. See if I everything is still in place. Solution for somebody putting this channel and the other to this. Basically, very it's kind of sitting in back. So it was just go straight forward back. I'm very careful. See, but this is right. So I can see it's feel out its size or something, which I don't because that would be better to get wedged. So it's just the book. I think it's pretty good. It's always pretty much. So this isn't the first cover I made for that. I already had this done, and I only spot welded on there. But I'll make this in here. Something like moved a little bit, or maybe I welded it too deeply, so the weld root went through there. Take from this, so you can check it. Got out, and I had to remove the whole thing. And even though it was only spot welded, I had to, kind of combination of usable and more. These are kleiner price probably had me as up and up. So just made a second cover for that thing. What's that? So. Jetzt hier schon wieder das Problem. Okay, a few days passed. I had some time to cool off, and I reconsidered the whole approach with the housing for this, at least with the channel to prevent this thing from rotating. I did a couple tests. I just went back and forth many times. Doesn't really move that much. Maybe there was some debris in there that because of the friction it kept rotating, but right now I feel like trying to add the channel just adds more problems than it solves. So I'll just leave it off for now, and hopefully it doesn't jam up because now the handle is probably a few millimeters wider than I wanted it to, but honestly I'd rather have it a little bit bigger than wasting even more time trying to fit this up. Alrighty, so far so good. Oh yeah, 5, 6, 7. So on there will be another one. This one will be fitted into the piece that's connected to the cross guard. So this one will be slightly different. So I'll put it at the very, we've got a slight little curve to it, but as he meant that if it's too noticeable finish piece, I'll just act like I want that, and I put like a curved handle on it. So when I said I wasn't going to decorate the prototype, well, I lied. So yeah. But you know what? I convinced myself that this is very important for the thumbnail, so definitely necessary. I just want to add some color as well. Usually not a big fan of paint. I usually like to achieve the color some other way, like I did with the Switch X, for instance. The blue is very dull. For the Thunderhammer, I opted with a metal paint. I think the blue looks pretty nice, but let's have a look at the brass finish. So you can see this is a brass paint that I sprayed on there. This looks very sort of matte finish. And this has the shiny metal finish that you would expect from brass. And this is hot brush on that. So let's add a little bit of gold by applying a little bit of heat and then brushing on with a solid brass brush. Basically deposits small little pieces of brass on there and the heat helps with the adhesion. I don't know, scientists, but it works like this. Oh yeah, this turned out nice. Gives this very metallic sheen. You can also still see all of these tiny little surface blemishes from the steel finish, so it looks much more natural than just a painted on layer. Okay, definitely not my best welding job, but to set through this probably this is also not my worst welding job. So if I start building the pommel, last thing I have to do is weld this piece on there. This way around. Oh wow. One bit detail. I'm not sure if it will be visible once I'm done with welding, but I swear this is necessary. I think I could fit some more there. About this before. I think this is pretty thick for a handle, right? Want it to be a little bit harder so the handle doesn't feel squishy necessarily. I mean, it does add like 6mm handle thickness. Maybe once I want that form it on there, it'll be better. But because I don't want to rust everything up, let's put on some Frischhalten for you. Okay. I gotta say right now, can already tell I'm not a big fan. Yeah, no, this is way too big. Let me get some thinner leather. This isn't really working. Something a little bit thinner. This used to be one of those great old reeking cuts. There probably have been thousands of sweaty asses going over this piece of leather. Better watch it out, right? This is also so clunky. This, I mean, this, I hate this. As the mosquito feels weird, but it looks a lot better. Last night in my dream, a beautiful and elegant solution appeared to me. What? I never said it's this one. The tape holds the sheet metal in place, everything feels solid. Once I got the leather wrap glued around there, it should be plenty strong to not move out of the way while using it. Alrighty, got the last pieces ready for assembly, the last segment. So I was doing a test run, basically attaching the blade before hardening, because heat treating is honestly the most difficult part of these builds. Got very thin segments, I've got very thick segments, and they obviously heat and cool down at different rates, which can create a lot of stress. My idea was to harden it now, and then once it's hardened, hopefully it will stay just as it is. And then I can just tilt this out of the way, put a little slot in here, so the cable can run through there into the next segment. With the last segment, there's a problem because I want this to just extend rather than being able to tilt left and right. That way the part of the saw is a little bit further away from my head. I don't know if it'll make a big difference, but I still wanted to give it a try because, you know what, maybe I can let you in a little secret. Really been thinking about doing like not really a whip sword, but maybe like an extendo sword. Can't tilt anymore. That way, in the extended version, it'll still have some rigidity to cut while it's extended. You can imagine this just slams on something, and then whatever momentum it carries is the only thing that's really cutting. Imagine like a huge, maybe slide hand that's extending. Could be a cool idea. But would want to see that. Back to this, since I can't tilt these out of the way, I have no way of cutting this slot once it's hard, once this is attached on this. I guess I can't hold it off any longer. I have to heat treat this. Put some wire around it, so I've got everything nice and tight. You can see the slight green shine. Put something on there that basically prevents the oxygen from reaching the steel. At least it helps, especially on the inside of this. I don't want to have any scale buildup because that could probably clog up the mechanism. Okay, now while the forge is heating up, I have to solve another issue. This is a lot bigger than the biggest thing I've previously wedged. Which means my wedge tank is way too small. Since hopefully future projects will be even bigger, I think I have to get rid of the problem once and for all with this. This is standing on the floor right now. So this is 150 centimeters, and I think this should be plenty big enough for anything that will encounter in the future. You can see this set of pieces. And I think it's I have to fix some fancy. I get see you. It's like it's very busy. Should temporary but case housing. Yes, that helps them for the sequence of this actually very often. This doesn't sound too bad. So it's that not very hot. It's also even scanning these chips. So this is so happy. That's him some place. No. These maybe this that would be an exception to this. At least for the saw files are probably around like 63 to 65 HRC. So right now these are also at about 65 HRC, but it's pretty much as perfect as glass right now, which is why we'll put it into our old friend Zibbeling right there and bring some toughness out again by heating it up. With a knife, you would normally go to around 60 HRC, which is very hard. Your usual stainless steel kitchen knives is probably around like 55 HRC. For start, you would probably also aim at around 56 or something like that. So it's a little bit tougher. Okay, let's see if this still works. And the reason why I'm testing this is because if I can fold it a little bit, I can actually fit the whole thing into a little baking oven right there. And then I don't have to torch it, which is a lot
And now that is an 80 centimeter blade inside of the 30 centimeter oven. So simply we'll keep it nice and warm for about hours now. Well, then I'm sure he's hotboxing up the whole place again. So no matter how quickly I put on there, there's always a little bit of sometimes a lot of oil left on there. So yeah, that's what happens. And this guy is fighting close life. Yes, I'll come back later once it's not smelling so much in it. Alrighty, got the baby monitor set up just to check if Severin decides to spontaneously combust. And now I think it's time for a well-deserved coffee break. A patron of mine suggested that I should make keychain hanger sheaths for the Snicker, which are now in stock, and you can also carry them as neck knives. Got it. Tampered a little bit. Interestingly, didn't think this would happen, but it actually got a little bit looser than before. So some of these segments were a little bit stuck together, but now you can see they are very, very free to move. Now, sadly, we've got a little bit of wiggle room, which wasn't there before. Even with this tolerance, we've got a somewhat nice flex going there. Okay, I see. But you can definitely tell there's a lot more movement now after quenching. Let's address the elephant in the room, the band we've got. But honestly, when heating something up, it's just bending from its own weight, just sitting in the forge. So all in all, I'm happy with this outcome. Just overcorrected a slight little bit right where the band is. Now I'll put a little bit of heat on that. Obviously, I don't want to get it any hotter than like 200 degrees Celsius. Alrighty, it's been a few hours. Let's see how it looks. This is bending a lot more than I was hoping. This still looks very crude. You are usually supposed to, put a shim in there and then put it in the oven another temper cycle, so 1 or 2 hours. Let's see if I can isolate this. Put a shim right here. Overcorrect it a little bit. See if this works. I've been trying to shim temper this for a couple of times now, and it doesn't really get any better than this, which is not very good at all. I mean, the base and the spine is in a straight line. In between, there's a lot going on. But I gotta say, if I learned anything from the first group song, maybe I should just quit while I'm ahead and not try to film as everything. Alright, moment of truth. Let's see if this just create more problems for myself. Can you believe it actually worked how I intended it to work? That's crazy. Gotta be first for me. That's exactly how I had planned for it. I'm so surprised it actually worked. Alright. I've been waiting so long to try this. There we have it. Now it's wiggling a little bit more. We already said that. Now another cool thing. In order to try this, I have to attach the cable so we can actually have a try. Okay, just let's focus on it. Now let's tie this as small as possible. I think this should be good enough. So for now, I only need to lock it. Okay, let's see. This does the job. Okay, so. Okay, honestly, I'm not very confident in this working, so first try. The camera's almost done for. I cleaned up the channels. I
I'm pretty much done with grinding. The last thing I have to do is put an edge on it, put 2 hollow ground channels in there so that I can reduce the edge thickness, and I think it turned out pretty great. Let's see how much it weighs. Yeah, same as my last results. We are at 1.25 kilogram, which is very light, to be honest. But had known it would be this light, I would have made the pommel a little bit heavier, because right now, point of balance is pretty far forward. So right here's the point of balance. Now I've noticed another problem. Now if I press the button, see, it doesn't retract the whole thing. The last 2 seconds are still here. Put it upside down, just barely done. Only if I just bump this a little bit, the spring right at the end isn't strong enough to track all of it. My plan for extending the blade was just swing it so that the inertia carries all of the segments outwards. With the first design, you can see the tip was supposed to be a lot heavier. I'm going to change it to be a point because I think crafting will be more viable. But that also means the tip segment is now the lightest of the bunch. Let me show you a problem. So you can see that just swinging doesn't cut it because the tip is too light. It doesn't have enough inertia to actually overcome the resistance, which is at its peak when it's fully extended. One thing I could do is remove 1 roll, which means I have a stronger spring, which would hopefully fully retract all segments. Now the only way to actually extend the sword would be to either put it by hand or get the tip stuck in something and then putting it out would extend it. Let's try it with 5 rolls and see if that makes a big difference. That's a bummer, gotta say. Thankfully, plan C. If you remember, this segment was different than the others and can't rotate. You can already see it actually rotates quite a bit, and because now we've got 2 contact points, one here and one a little bit further up. Basically, a very big lever keeps pushing these 2 apart. I can definitely tell that this will be a very big issue once I hit something and all of the leverage is applied right here. I'm going to weld this piece on here. We're going to get rid of the weak point right here, and then because it doesn't have to retract as far, hopefully the spring will be a little bit more extended, so it has a little bit more force. Okay, out of curiosity, I tried with 4 wheels as well. Work. So do you remember what I said about quitting while you're ahead? Seems like I clearly have learned. Do you see that ramp right there? Yeah, that's the wrong way around. So because of all of the friction from trying out the different setups, it seems like I managed to rotate that piece 180. So yeah, well, you're ahead. Don't fish look better everything. Oh, no. I tested reading up like the Dyneema rope is a plastic composite. The heat actually liquefied it, and then once solidified, I got a huge blob in there. Long story short, I ended up having to cut a slot into the backside. Let's just call this a weight reduction slot. Oh boy, I probably spent a solid 4 hours today just threading this stupid cable over to my hand. Hopefully it works this time. doesn't work with this particular setup. It's not as easy as that. Things, as those key insurance station has been my first test for that. I decided to keep my soul in it. Things are playing, which is basically some mistakes with that and then to try to prove on the mistakes we made with this design, and then of course I'll be testing that one as well. So the testing will be in roughly 2 weeks, and this time I thought you guys can make some suggestions of what kind of tests you want to see. So I'll give you 1 week time, and then I'll film the video with all of the suggestions I have gathered from the comments. And as a special thanks to my viewers for the first 7 days, you'll get a 10% discount on my website with the code MARK2, so you can get a snack out with the new poster, or maybe you will want something bigger. It's also still up for grabs. So have a good one, and I'll see you in 2 weeks. Bye.
The first intercontinental nuclear bomber had a strange design. It had massive propellers that faced backwards. Of course, the B-36 Peacemaker wasn't the only well-known aircraft with rear-facing blades. The XB-35 Flying Wing, which was a predecessor to the stealthy B-2 bomber. The Rutan Voyager, which became the first airplane to fly around the world without stopping or refueling. And even the Wright Flyer, which performed the first powered, sustained control flight in 1903 by the Wright brothers and marked a new era in aviation, all had rear-facing propellers. Which made me wonder, how come over 100 years ago, propellers were often placed on the back of airplanes? And why are they now mostly installed on the front? What I found out was a lot more fascinating.
This is a Portuguese ship, 1300s. And this is a treasure ship. There's a deck the size of the village, masts that tower above any sailors. And this ship was just one fleet made of hundreds, built by the Ming Dynasty to control its neighbors and crush its enemies. Their size and admiral legend. The craftsman could construct boats of this size seems unbelievable. This is the story how one man, kidnapped and mutilated as a child, could seize in ships the size of buildings. This is in history and how it all faded. Tech lives in Union Province, ran and controlled by Mongols. They're the enemies of the Empire. The boy's father is a minor official in the administration. When they come, the boy's father dies. The child walks on the road. And he encounters a new general. The general asks, "Where is the blood?" The child thinks that tells a lie. The general looks. The boy looks back. Clever, man thinks. They capture him and bring him to Shudi, the fourth son founding in the Ming Dynasty. But first, the boy is being transformed. Before he can be brought close to power, he must be remade. The Ming Empire was built by Phoenix. The Imperial Chinese dynasties, the Ming elevated castrated men beyond what any had ever been. They were seen as trustworthy. They could rule over London, bear no sons, taken from their homes, stripped of name and flesh alike. They had nothing. It was given to them by their emperor. Their devotion supposedly absolute. But they could move on. When they lost humiliation, they gained an access to power. They became the most educated men in China. Most clerks, tax collectors, and administrators. But some directly advised the emperor. And if they gained his trust, they can move even further. Sometimes becoming more powerful than emperors themselves. Shudi is 21 years old when he meets the boy. Despite their age difference, they become close. The boy grows, but his bones do not fuse like others. Unable to produce testosterone, his lips grow and stretch. Most big men stand 5'8", while he stands near 7 feet tall. His waist going to be nearly as big as he was long. This becomes an asset. The early period is unstable, with competing factions and a weak order. The Emperor and his family need defenders they can trust. So while he fights, first a soldier, then an officer, then Shudi's bodyguard. He's made a military commander in Shudi's army to fight the Mongols, but his master craves more. In the early days of the Empire, eunuchs were actually kept away from power. Shudi's father, the founding emperor, against them. A man unable to sexually produce a family could still hunger for power. He kept eunuchs few in number, kept them illiterate, and living far away from government. But his son was different. One day, his father told him a story. A man tends a fire. Every day you run the embers with a stick, but constantly making sure he never lost it. His family pleaded, "Please, come inside. The fire can start again tomorrow." But the man refused. He couldn't risk losing the flames. He didn't eat with them, slept outside. He growled, and his children were resentful. But the man's fire. His younger brother, however, was smarter. He let the fire die. At the end of the day, he gathered embers, put it in a box. He met with his family. His children loved him. He sometimes he blew box. The next day, he returned to the ashes and took the embers out. The man's fire. Many things always be physically present to keep things running. With any desk, you can access your work, projects, and computers from anywhere, seamlessly and securely. You don't need to be tied to one place, sacrificing your time and relationships. Go anywhere, anytime. Keep the fire going without missing what matters. Visit who.best/anydesk2 and start your free trial. His father told him a story. Wind blows the horse's tail into 1,000 strands of threads. To which Shudi replied, "The sun reflects off the dragon's scales into 10,000 bits of gold. Where others saw obstacles, he saw paths. Where his father saw danger, he saw opportunities. His nephew becomes emperor. He does not stand by. He wages a brutal civil war, breaking from the tradition of his father and Phoenix. Shudi crushes his opponents. He crowns himself emperor, Yambe, lasting joy. He rewards the units who had fought for him, purchased the officials who had not. Their numbers grow. They neglect agencies, directorates, offices, and bureaus. They managed his plantations, controlled mines. A unit-led secret service is established to gather information, enemies. He sends them across the world, missions to Tibet, Java, and Bengal. But there is one eunuch that Emperor trusts most. His most loyal servant. He gives the boy a new name, Jammu, Grand Director of Palace Servants, the most powerful eunuch in the Ming Dynasty. Yambe sits on the dragon throne, restless. Many do not recognize his rule. Neighboring states watch, uncertain. He must win over. So he gathers the greatest minds of the empire